Well, good morning to everybody, and thank you for those who made the effort to get here. The hearings, this is all hearings today. There's no executive bills. The first one is here at 9:30, and we'll go ahead with that. It's HB 659, establishing the New Hampshire College Graduate Retention Incentive Program. And I'd like to welcome Representative Manahire. Is she here? Nope. Okay, and there's no other sponsors on that bill. Would we have somebody like to go just introduce the bill for us to say, I'm here to introduce, I'm on behalf of this person, I'm introducing the bill. We've done that before.
Oh, go ahead.
Reps and fellows, you can do it also. 659.
Take your pick. Here, Sal, use this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the sponsors and co-sponsors who are not present at the moment, I introduce HB 659, establishing the New Hampshire College Graduate Retention Incentive Program. Thank you.
Okay, we'll need a pink card though, just to verify that you introduced it, Reps and fellows.
Got it.
Okay, are there any other people want to testify on that bill or provide technical support? DRA, welcome. It's Lauren?
Yes.
Yes, Lauren, welcome. Are you going to be addressing the fiscal note? Thank you very much.
You have a copy of the
Okay.
bill?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Lauren O'Sullivan, and I am the Senior Financial Analyst at the Department of Revenue Administration. And I'm here today to just speak on some of the technical aspects of the bill as it relates to the BET rebate and for that. So the first thing that what I've handed out is our fiscal note quick guide. I believe this was emailed out also either on Monday or Tuesday morning. Did you?
To whom?
It was sent out to the committee. Did you not receive? If you did not receive the email, I'll apologize, and we'll just double check that we have the correct email address for the committee.
Yeah, and I just had a whole back and forth with, is it Miss Ramsey
Yes.
this week? And she assured me that I'd have them the day before.
Okay, they were sent out earlier this week, so we'll double check that, and I can also speak with Jennifer Farr to make sure that had gone out.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes.
Just to clarify, so is the correct fiscal note the one dated January 30th?
As far as I know, that's correct. So what I've provided is a fiscal note quick guide, which just essentially elaborates on the portion that the Department of Revenue had written. I was take one pass around.
Let me ask a question here. Does everybody have the January, pardon me,
The guide over there
of the January 30?
of the one she brought with her, right here.
Yep. So
Okay.
it's making its way around. Sorry. So all this really is, it's a courtesy. It just elaborates on DRA's contribution to the fiscal note. Because especially when there's multiple agencies that are contacted to provide information, there's a tendency to sometimes summarize.
Does everybody also have the January 30th amendment, or fiscal note, excuse me, fiscal note? If not, we can get some copies made. Pardon me? Well, it's an updated one. There was initially a fiscal note dated January 13th. Pardon me? Okay, yeah, okay, good. We're ready to go.
Okay, sorry about that. So the first thing I just want to just discuss our understanding that this is for the portion as it relates to the business hiring incentive program, that this is a rebate as opposed to a credit against the business enterprise tax. So really, our question to this is this program intended to be a rebate or a credit, and how would that work? So a rebate When the DRA administers a rebate, taxpayers submit a claim and attach appropriate documentation to demonstrate they are eligible, which can include proof of payment or of a tax liability. Once approved, they receive a check from the state. So a rebate program that we administer would be something like the low and moderate homeowners property tax relief program. Whereas a credit, when we administer a credit, taxpayers submit an application and attach appropriate documentation, and once approved, receive a letter confirming their eligibility and the amount of credit that can be claimed. They then claim the credit on the applicable tax return. And an example of that would be the research and development tax credit. And then both a rebate and a credit program can be capped. We are assuming in this bill that there is no cap on the rebate. And when there is a cap on any of these programs, eligibility is typically determined first. And then when the application period or program year closes, the amount of credit or rebate is determined based upon the cap. And then in these cases, the taxpayer receives 2 letters. And some programs are administered first come, first serve, and some are administered so that distribution of funds or credits are done on a pro rata basis. So that's where we were just looking for some clarity in the language of the bill. And then also, an additional issue for credit programs is on what return or returns the credit can be claimed. For some programs, the credit is only claimed in the year after issuance. If a taxpayer's tax liability is less than the amount of the credit that can be claimed, the remaining credit is not used. For other programs, the credit can be carried forward for some number of years, and some credits may even be transferable between taxpayers or between taxes. So it was also, we assumed while reading the proposed legislation that this rebate would not carry forward. So then if someone is awarded more rebate than they have liability, they would not receive all of it. And then we are also making an assumption that the Department of Business and Economic Affairs is the one that is administering the rebate, and that it's not the DRA. It was not clear in the legislation who the department was in that section of the bill. And then also, we are also making an assumption that this part of the program is effective for tax years beginning on or after December 31st, 2025. But with that is an assumption, and that we do suggest some clarifying language for which tax years the rebate has become effective for administration. And and then also just one thing I want to note for those who aren't familiar with the business enterprise tax credit against the business profits tax. Any program that reduces the BET then also reduces the credit to the business profits tax. So if a taxpayer has liability for both taxes, a decrease in BET can theoretically be an increase in the business profits tax. But that's only in those cases where the taxpayer has liability for both taxes. So for those who aren't aware, I'd let you know. Okay, any questions?
Thank you very much for giving us some of your concerns and issues associated with this interpretation. Are there any questions from the committee for DRA? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just want to ask you to repeat what you just stated about the impact on BET from a BPT, correct?
Sure. So I'll actually read this word for word, and this is also in the quick guide. And I think it's also in the fiscal note too, in case you didn't capture it all. Any program reducing BET will also reduce the BET credit available to offset the business profits tax, thereby increasing the business profits tax revenue. However, the BBT increase will be less than the BET decrease because not all taxpayers have a business profits tax liability to be offset by the BET credit, and not all taxpayers' BET liability exceeds the BBT credit. In those situations, the BET loss in revenue is not fully offset by an increase in business profits tax liability. Does that help answer your question?
It will when I read it again. Thank you.
Okay, essentially, it's not one for one.
Yes, Representative Popovich.
Thank you. Just a very brief question building on what you said. And if you have the answer off the cuff, great. If not, no stress. But in that situation where the impact is maximized, right? The reduction in the rebate towards the BET then generates the maximum amount of BPT possible. What would be that ratio? So for every $100 in a BET credit, what's the most we would ever get under the most rosy scenario in BPT?
So, so let's say before the rebate or the credit, if someone has $100 in bet liability and $200 in BBT liability, the bet credit against the BBT would reduce that $200 by the $100. However, if someone had, let's say it's the other way, and they have $50 in BBT liability, only $50 of that bet liability can offset that. But then there's a carry forward provision where the next year, if that credit can roll forward and be used against the next tax year's BBT liability.
Thank you. As a former CPA, I love those levels of detail, so
Okay.
thank you.
No problem.
Further questions from the committee? What do you expect would be the cost for administering this program by the Department of Business and Economic Affairs? Is that cost included in this dollar amount we're seeing here?
I cannot speak to what Business and Economic Affairs has written, what their cost to administer the program would be. But for the DRA, in order to update any necessary tax forms or electronic management systems, we have the RIMS system, or any communications to taxpayers that can be absorbed in our current budget and with our current staffing.
It can be absorbed
Yes.
into current staffing.
Yep.
See, in DBEA, they're saying they need additional staffing to do this.
Well,
I'm reading that.
that is, the question is who's administering it, but just for us updating our tax forms and
Okay.
letting our Granite
Okay.
Tax Connect system accept that information when we're determining the tax liability, that the DRA can't absorb that.
Thank you.
I can't speak on behalf of that agency.
Yes. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, enjoy the snow. Are there any other folks that would want to speak to this bill? It's HB 659. Yes? Pardon me? Yes? Yes, you can speak if you fill out a pink card.
Are there any more quick guys? There was a stack of them, right?
Yeah.
They came around, I think they went the other direction. Yes.
Just to note, it actually says in the fiscal note that it doesn't include the cost for DBEA.
I read that. That's why I asked the question.
I'm scrolling through there going,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Remember, if it's not ready, we won't have the time to fix it if it's really broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's a lot. You get one pink card coming at you here. Jeez, went right down onto the floor.
Here, I'll go around the other side and get the
That's something a Bowdoin graduate would probably do.
We got it. Okay. Look, here's a pink card.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Andrew Horn, you're welcome to offer your testimony. You're welcome. You need to push the button and the red light will come on. There you go.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Is that okay? All right. Clear. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Unfortunately, Sanjeev Banahar.
Would you please say your name and
Oh.
where you're from? And then because it's on the card, but we have to put it in the record.
Understood. So my name is Andrew Horn. I'm from Amherst, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
No worries. So, unfortunately, the primary sponsor on this bill, Sanjeev Banahar, was in a freak accident a few weeks ago, so he wasn't able to attend this hearing. I only found out about this hearing this morning, so I just rushed in from Amherst. I kind of was there. This bill wasn't my idea, but I was kind of there as he was developing it. I was a field organizer with the New Hampshire Democratic Party, and I helped him get elected, which is why, like, we have that relationship. So one of the things that this bill is trying to solve is that we have a huge outflow of young people once they graduate from college. So 48 to 56% of graduates leave the state after graduation. And in the state of New Hampshire, our largest demographic growth is in seniors, just people aging in the state. People leave because there are more economic opportunities outside the state, whether it be Massachusetts or other states, and people don't generally come back. New Hampshire is actually the #1 state in the country for graduates leaving the state after graduation. So this bill is trying to, take a bite out of that problem, trying to incentivize people to stay here after they graduate and trying to incentivize businesses to hire people, and with a pretty strong incentive to hire interns. And Sanjeev wanted to mention how the people who do come to this state tend to be people who are coming here, say, from Massachusetts, because, say, the Nashua housing prices are a little bit lower. So it drives up the housing prices. So we really need to keep that talent, that young talent in the state. We don't have that right now. Again, we're the #1 state for graduates leaving, and this seeks to respond to that problem. Are there any questions?
You finished?
I am finished.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the effort of coming in on short notice and letting us know what's going on.
No worries.
You were quoting a 48 to 56% of graduate leaving the state.
Yes.
Is that New Hampshire residents who are college graduates, or all college graduates that graduate from New Hampshire colleges?
I'm sorry. You would have to ask Sanjeev.
No worry, I was just curious if by any chance you knew. I appreciate it. That's all I had. Thank
No
you.
worries.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it speaks about a $5,000 annual student loan forgiveness to graduates who commit to a minimum of 3 consecutive years of employment within the state. And then says the total forgiveness amount shall not exceed $20,000 per individual. So we could be awarding $20,000 and the graduate might only stay 3 years. I feel like there's a $5,000 discrepancy there.
Yeah. Now that you pointed out, I do find that interesting. I mean, let me tell you, I've talked to OLS. They're crazy busy all the time. It's possible it's their oversight. It's possible that it's Sanjeev's oversight. Let me tell you, in terms of the details, I'm sure Sanjeev would work with you in terms of like, you know, the core goal is what he wants preserved, you know, incentivizing graduates to stay in the state, not specific details.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
It's okay.
Did you have any discussions or do any research on where the graduates go that don't stay in New Hampshire? And
Right. So as I said, my understanding is a little bit surface level right now, but I believe most of them go to Massachusetts. You know,
Yes.
do you have any idea why they would go to Massachusetts?
economic opportunity. There are more jobs there.
Pay, maybe,
Sorry.
Economic, yeah.
economic, such as follow-up.
Pardon me?
Follow-up.
One more? Sure, go ahead.
Economic, such as the salary they could earn.
Yes.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Oh, yes, Representative Brown.
Thanks for coming. So the bill mentions education as one of the eligible high-need fields.
Mhm.
But then later on in the bill, it states that this is mainly targeted to businesses, small and medium-sized businesses. But in most towns, the school district is the largest employer. So I'm just wondering, would a public school be eligible to participate if education's been included?
Again, I think that this is something that can you specify where in the bill you're referring?
Sure. Sure, under section Roman numeral 2, definitions. The first page.
Eligible high need
Eligible
fields.
high need fields means occupations in healthcare, childcare, elder care. And then at the end it says, and education.
And education. And then the small and medium sized businesses. I know I've read that. Do you remember where that is in the bill?
Page 2.
Sorry, that's section.
Page 2.
I have a different printout.
Report 12-0:85.
I see. It says priority, so I'm not sure it stops education from being incentivized. I in terms of his intention, I can't say specifically. When I talked to him about it, he didn't talk about this like specifically. I'm sure that he would be more than willing to adapt some kind of language that would clarify what kind of businesses are eligible.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So it references seeking other federal funding opportunities, including grants under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which I am not familiar with. Do you have any?
I'm sorry, can you specify the?
Well, let's see. It sounds like you don't have the same copy we have.
Yeah.
It's Roman numeral 4 on my page 2.
Oh, I see. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. I don't know about it. I'm sure
It's okay.
he can speak to it.
Representative Colcom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you just clarify? I don't know if I heard you correctly before. Did you say you were going to contact OLS about something? Can you just explain to us what you were going to contact OLS about?
No, I'm not going to contact OS. I was just surmising why there was a discrepancy between the $5,000 per year loan forgiveness and the total of $20,000 per individual. That there was a discrepancy because you would expect it to be $15,000 per individual. I was just guessing what could have happened there. I'm not planning to
I'm
contact
sorry. I
OLS.
thought I heard you say that you were going to contact OLS, so I was just getting clarification. Thank you.
I have spoken to OLS many times. That's what I was talking. Yeah, sorry.
I got a question. We have, within the university system, Granite Guarantee, which is a grant which takes care of the tuition
Okay.
of students which are coming from a certain level of income.
Okay.
Would this program be available to those which are also receiving that grant?
As written, I don't see why not, but I don't see why an amendment couldn't be written to take care of those cases.
Thank you.
No worries.
Further, Representative Damon?
Can you speak to what, if any, other states have programs similar to this or to any part of this, since there's clearly three programs in here?
Well, so as I said, I was talking to him as he was writing this bill or coming up with a concept for it. I don't remember him referring specifically to any other states with similar programs. However, the way it's funded with lottery money, because this is education related, that would be a pretty standard way of funding in other states as well, from my understanding. But no, I don't know of other states with similar programs.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other people in our audience today desirous of speaking on this bill? Not seeing. We will close the hearing on HB 659. Next hearing starts in 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay, we're ready to go ahead on HB 770. Is the prime sponsor of the bill here? Oh, okay. We need to have a card filled out, please. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, a young man who has worked on this bill with me, could he sit with me and also testify as I present?
I'd rather you present it and then he can fill a card out too and then present following that. Okay, I'd like to welcome Representative Schultz to our meeting today to present 770. This is relative to establishing a program to earn tuition credits for the state of New Hampshire higher education institutions through community service. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to see you again. And for those of you who are new, or actually everyone's new to this committee, it's an honor to be here and to see some of you again, and some new people. Great to see you as well. This bill was presented last session. It is the complete idea of a constituent from Concord who's now in college. At the time, she was a high school student. She's now at Harvard, down at Harvard. And it's simple in this way. The details maybe are not, but really was to look at three key components that we call the, the triple play. So one, it's to increase interest in and activity among high school students at regardless of where or how they attend high school, to do service projects or become interns and volunteers with in high school. So to increase service programs, which a lot of high schools have, like a whole junior year service project, but to increase that sort of thing across the state, to engage high school students in a way that, and this is the second part, to earn tuition credits for our state institutions of higher learning here in New Hampshire. And three, to increase access to affordable attendance at said university by giving college credits for having done this volunteer work. So those are the 3 points: increasing volunteerism, engaging students in that and increasing that at high schools, and in providing a more affordable access to our higher education institutions through that volunteer work. And that is the crux of it. There were many great suggestions that were made as this bill was, I believe, retained. I'm not sure I have those notes, so I need to track those down. But I would recommend retaining the bill for that purpose. And of course, I defer to the committee's wishes. It will be your bill now. And I think that's the crux of my presentation. And Ryan Casey, the brother of Morgan Casey, has also been working on this bill. And he will be testifying and fill out a pink card also. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee.
Mr. Casey, do you have a pink card? Yeah, they're right over there to your right. You can go ahead and start testifying. Just please, submit one when you're completed. And welcome to education funding.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Casey. I'm a junior at Bishop Brady High School. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee, for allowing me to speak. It's an honor to be here today to speak on behalf of House Bill 770, also known as the Triple Win Policy. My sister Morgan and I have worked with Representative Schultz on this bill over the last year and a half to make higher education attainable and affordable to everyone interested in pursuing it. Over 43 million Americans hold federal student loans totaling over $1.7 trillion, with 74% of New Hampshire college graduates facing student loan debt. This proposal aims to institute a unique option for tuition credit to alleviate future loan debt within our state. It also provides value in serving the community and getting to know New Hampshire outside of the classroom. House Bill 770 benefits three groups significantly. First, New Hampshire students gain a unique opportunity to avoid heavy student loan debt through community service. Exposing students to the challenges faced by others would promote a heightened awareness of the broader community. Second, communities benefit from enthusiastic students engaging in volunteer work, especially in areas facing staff shortages. Consistent support throughout the year would yield a greater impact than sporadic help. Third, the state of New Hampshire would benefit from this policy by encouraging ambitious young adults to pursue higher education locally. Increased volunteer work would create valuable connections for future employment and motivate students to engage with nonprofits. By studying and building relations in-state, these students are more likely to establish permanent careers in New Hampshire, helping to retain exceptional talent. I believe this proposed legislation has the potential for transformative change. It encourages volunteer work, strengthens communities, and helps alleviate student loan burdens. New Hampshire could set an example for other states with this triple win policy, which reflects a compromise between Democrats and Republicans. I urge New Hampshire Congress to consider this and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Fellows?
Yes, I just read it quickly, but it sounds to me like the people who are eligible could be somebody from out of state attending a college in New Hampshire.
No, the idea is that it's only available to New Hampshire high school students to pursue in-state university.
Oh, okay.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming and testifying. I know it's not always easy to, be on camera and in front of a committee. You ended your testimony by saying this is a compromise between the Democrats and the Republicans. Could you help me understand a bit more? What did you mean specifically by that?
Yes, I think that there's a Democratic side that they want student loan forgiveness, and there's been proponents of simply erasing a lot of student loans. And I think that this satisfies the Republican side of the argument, because while it's helping students or alleviate their student loans, there is also benefit to the community and through this volunteer work.
Thank you. That's very insightful. I appreciate it.
Further questions from the committee? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying, and thank you for taking my question. And then maybe this is a question for the representative, but it says that high school students attending private high schools or prep schools would not be eligible. And can you speak to that? Why they wouldn't be eligible?
No,
Well, it says high school students attending private high schools or preparatory schools shall not be eligible. And I was just curious why.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Let's
sorry.
we
Sorry.
may want to ask that question to the prime sponsor here in a second, but are there any more questions for Mr. Casey? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You said you're a senior in high school?
I'm a junior.
You're a junior in high school. If this were offered to you, would you be more attracted to go to New Hampshire University?
Yeah, definitely.
At your school, you're going to a public school?
No, I go to Bishop Brady.
Bishop Brady?
Yes.
Okay.
Follow-up question?
Let's say Concord High. So are you at Bishop Brady, are you required to do community service?
Yes, I'm required to do 25.
So this would actually give more compensation for the service that you're actually required to do then?
I think that the some of the revisions we made to the bill were to exclude all mandatory service hours for schools.
Appreciate what you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing you. Thank you very much.
I also could address the question on
You may,
Yeah.
yes, you. have
public
the
school
floor.
students. I think that the main idea behind that was because public school students are definitely from New Hampshire, whereas prep schools take students from all across the country and sometimes other countries, and then private schools as well can have students from the nearby states attending.
Thank you very much. Not seeing other questions. Thank you. And I'll invite back Representative Schultz to answer the question that was asked. Are you satisfied with that response? Okay, fine. So no need to come back. Thank you. I don't have any other pig cards. I have one though from the Department for Technical Support on this bill. Steve Appleby. Steve, would you like to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Steve Appleby, Department of Education. We had submitted a fiscal note, but we must have missed the deadline because it didn't make it. I noticed in the attachment, it looks like. I would be happy to read the fiscal note language if that would be of help to the committee.
I do have a revised fiscal note 2/3, February 3. I have an initial fiscal note of 1/28. It doesn't look like the costs have changed a heck of a lot. So would you please speak to those?
Yep. So, thank you. The fiscal note that I had submitted that stated that the department would need, we estimate, at least 3 full-time staff members to implement the proposed system and to track the hours and students. The staff for cost, and there was a cost worksheet attached, would be between $100,000 and $500,000 a year. The total number of staff needed beyond this is indeterminate, as it is unknown how many students, up to 12,503 seniors this year, could take advantage of this and would be eligible. And we further don't know how many post-secondary students could be eligible. Additionally, we would need to set up a tracking system, some type of software product that would then need to be maintained to track this. And this stems from the wording beginning Roman numeral 6. The Commissioner of the Department of Education shall adopt rules relative to approved volunteer sites, participating schools and institutions of higher education, student eligibility criteria, and distribution of tuition credits. The department shall also develop forms in collaboration with the participating organizations and educational institutions to document program participation and volunteer service. So that would lead us to believe that we would need staff to implement this program. So because we imagine that we would have to go out and visit sites to make sure that they complied with some set of rules, and then track students and work with institutions on the credits. So I just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware of that.
Are there questions? Yes, Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you. Do you interpret this the way that I do, that it would be the Department of Education's responsibility for approving the various volunteer sites or organizations, and would have to keep one statewide master list for every community or district?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, that is how we interpreted this.
That sounds like a very large job just to even gather the information, let alone to tabulate it. Follow up?
Yes.
And you mentioned 12,500 or so seniors, but as I read the bill, any high school student would be able to get started on this as early as 9th grade and accumulate credits for the ultimate graduation and college years. So wouldn't that number be perhaps 4 times as many?
Yes, thank you. It could be I had to start somewhere, so I picked seniors.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Yes, my question is how this might coordinate with other programs that we already have as incentives to stay in, for high school students to go to higher education in New Hampshire. So can you tell us what the current programs are? Or is there still some kind of tuition reduction for students that graduate in the top tier of their class or any programs like that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So there may be some programs at the local college level that are in place for students, but at the statewide level through my office, there are no programs.
Yes, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and helping us. Is the 12,503 number, that's the number of high school seniors, well, it says 24, so last year, that's the total number. So then this calculation is based on thinking that all of those high school seniors are going to stay in New Hampshire and go to one of our state-funded institutions?
Again, thank you. Not probable, but we also don't have visibility into how many stay, how many go. So that 12,503 number is a worst case scenario. But likewise, as the representative said, that's only one grade of the 4. And then there's also an eligibility component with the existing post-secondary students in our public colleges. So we really, it could be very little cost, or it could be tens of thousands of students. We really don't have a good idea.
Yes, you may.
Do we have data on how many New Hampshire graduating seniors do stay in New Hampshire for higher ed, and whether they stay and go to community college, university, or private institutions?
Yes, we do have some data on that. Numbers off the top of my head, I can get them to the chair to share with the committee.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards on this bill? 770. Not seeing any. I will close. Is that a pink card coming for this?
No.
Oh, another one? Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing on 770. Yeah. Okay.
I guess, yeah.
on the committee, there are two policy areas. They don't even have to have financial notes that this committee will get: career technical education and higher education. And this is one of those on the higher education side, dealing with the Higher Education Commission, which is a commission which approves all new institutions and institutions for higher education in this state. We authorize, as the legislature, their recommendation comes to us. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Appleby, Director, Department of Education. Just a quick background on the Higher Education Commission. This years ago was called the Post-Secondary Education Commission, and then in 2011 morphed into the Higher Education Commission. The commission's responsibilities include rulemaking around private colleges, licensed post-secondary vocational career schools. So if you think a HVAC school or a computer training school or we have dog grooming training schools that teach folks how to make a vocation of something. As the chair pointed out, the commission also approves new colleges, which then come to this body to be given degree granting authority within the state of New Hampshire. And lastly, the committee oversees the administration of a very small scholarship for orphans veterans. That scholarship is up to $2,500 a year. We get $10,000 a year in our budget to award. So up to, it could be more than 4 students, but we've never had more than 2 due to other programs available to those individuals. So that's in a nutshell what the committee does. The commission does. The commission is made up of college presidents, licensed career school representatives and lay members, as well as within the college president piece, there's public college positions that are in statute, and then there are a number of private college seats. And how that works is the New Hampshire College and University Council makes a recommendation to the governor's office. The governor's office then brings that recommendation to the executive council for appointment to the commission. The purpose of this bill, and this is not my language, this was language that was given to me as I was just discussing, is to fix a small issue that has arisen the last few years, and that is if an appointed non-statutory position, so right now, for example, the 2 chancellors of our public college systems are specifically named to this commission, this does not affect them. This affects those other seats where the governor's office makes the nomination. So for example, a private college president or a lay person, if that member doesn't formally resign the way the current statute is written, the governor's office has historically interpreted this as they are on the commission until they resign. So striking that language, which became the genesis of this bill, would fix that problem. So if an individual who is on the commission doesn't formally resign, they move out of state, they retire, they become medically incapacitated. And by the way, these are all current situations that we have. The governor's office feels they cannot reappoint someone to fill that position because they don't have a formal resignation. So that said, I recognize there are some questions that have arisen, so we may want to do some more work on the wording and consult counsel so that we get the wording exactly right and we don't have any unintended consequences. So
if you could hang loose there, then I'm going to ask Representative Irv. He brought some concerns to me right now, and I know he spoke with you. Let's talk about that a little bit right now. Representative
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to present my concerns, but I'll tell you that I came to a conclusion as to a better solution than what we have here. But I will express my concerns, and then
I think you ought to you just put it all on the table here, because it's hard to understand what we're trying to do here.
Fair enough. So as I read this original statute before we've crossed out the part we crossed out, is that a member who's appointed serves the 5 years, term is ended, and now the governor and council are obliged or are supposed to appoint a replacement. They haven't gotten around to it, so the member can stay on. So basically beyond the 5-year period. As I understand what Mr. Appleby just explained to us. The problem they're trying to solve is a member either is no longer active in the middle of that 5-year period, or, for instance, moves out of state in the middle of that 5-year period, and in either case doesn't formally resign, so the governor cannot reappoint somebody. So I read it as what the goal is to solve a problem that's happening midterm, i.e. between 0 and 5 years, as opposed to this, which seems to be killing the possibility for a person to stay on beyond 5 years until their position is filled by the governor. So, okay, that's where I'm coming from in terms of my concern about this. I have a question, though, for Mr. Appleby, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So would it be possible to simply eliminate the commission and grant what the few authorities that are left to the commissioner of education?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It would be. I mean,
thank you.
I before I let that go with another one, Representative just posed something that if we look at everything that this commission does, when we're talking about the presidents that are on this, the chancellors which are on this, we're dealing with NECHI, we're dealing with the accreditation process, and we're looking at the fiscal backing of various people that are applying to become a college or university or an adult ed type training program in the state. In other words, a person pays their tuition to go to school and then they go bankrupt. How do they get their tuition money back? So what's the bonding and all that? We're going to place all this on one commissioner, or are we going to put it on these commissioners? I guess if we're going to go that way, then we got to really do some work here. The other thing is there's 12 appointed members. Those appointed members also have responsibilities where it says, I'm looking at where 6 representatives of the private 4-year colleges in New Hampshire, appointed by the Governor and Council on recommendation by New Hampshire College and University Council, with no more than 1 representative from any one college. What happens if the commissioner decides to haul off and go to West Virginia and no longer work for White Mountain Community College or for one of those systems? Can they be a commissioner if they're no longer from one college? And I'm assuming any one college, I'm assuming that's a college in our state, not something in West Virginia. So I guess, can you explain that a little bit to us? But then I'm going to go with the questions and
yeah.
we'll
So
have some follow-up.
thank you. I think, just to clarify, if I understand the question, are you asking what's the difference if a chancellor were to leave versus a private college president and this language, right?
No, I'm not worried about the chancellor leaving. I'm not worried about the college president leaving, because they will be replaced either by interim or what have you, by the trustees. I'm concerned about a person appointed by the governor and council that, in conjunction with the rest of that sentence, with no more than 1 representative from any one college. So you don't want 2 people representing the same college. So they have to be a representative of a college. Do we have something wrong in our language here, or should it be a college in New Hampshire?
No. So no. Elsewhere we specify resident of the state, as I read it. But if one of those 6 were to leave their position at their college, become medically incapacitated, no longer be a resident of the state, whatever the reason, and they don't submit a formal resignation to the governor's office, as of last fall, did not feel comfortable appointing a new person, even if their term had expired. Yeah. Because the language up above states, The terms of appointed members, except as otherwise indicated above, so those would be the public college appointees and the Commissioner of Education and so forth. The terms of appointed members, except as otherwise indicated above, shall be for 5 years and until a successor is appointed and qualified.
The next sentence, okay, vacancies, yeah, because there wouldn't be a vacancy because
They haven't vacated. Yeah. So I think that their hangup is, and until a successor is appointed and verified. So it's that and. I'm not an attorney.
May I, Mr. Chair?
yeah, because he.
Okay, so it sounds like, I can see how this would work. It sounds like, well, we'll let him hang out there in Utah or wherever until his 5 years, and then his term's expired. So that's how they're fixing the problem. But that still potentially leaves 4 years, 11
Correct.
months, 30
Correct.
days of an empty seat. So this still doesn't seem quite right.
Yeah.
And just to follow up my earlier question, my earlier point, when you talk about the authorities of this commission, what authorities are, what is the totality of the authorities that the commission currently has?
Yes. So approving colleges or universities so that then they can come before the legislature to gain degree granting authority. So that's one scope of responsibility. Also overseeing post-secondary licensed vocational career schools. And that process, we have a set of administrative rules governing that process. Administering the War Orphan Scholarship. Those are the three primary areas of responsibility for the Higher Education Commission. And of course, rulemaking around to govern all of that. So,
Thank you.
Could you just, and then Representative Spilsbury, could you please explain to me what we have done? We've approved the American College in Lebanon. We've
Yes.
approved colleges in Italy. We've approved Cornell as a recognized college in this state. Even though they're not planted here, they're authorized to function here.
right.
Is that not a very, a real important issue to ensure these places we're approving meet all the standards expected of a higher education institution?
So there have been 2 new colleges in the last 7 years started within our state, both online colleges. My office led the review teams of both of those colleges on behalf of the commission and then presented the findings to the commission and the results of that review of those 2 institutions, and did look at things like financial security and bonding and programmatic efficacy, their mission, what they see themselves doing. So the office did do that work on behalf of the commission and then presented to the commission. We do have colleges, non-public or private colleges, both in New Hampshire, as well as we have 2 currently overseas that are approved, Hellenic American and University of Madaba, American University of Madaba. And we do not anticipate getting any more foreign institutions at this time because NETCHI has changed how they accredit. It used to be for a foreign non-U.S. institution to gain NETCHI accreditation. NETCHI is the regional accreditor for most of our colleges in our state. It used to be to gain accreditation through NETCHI, you had to have state approval first, and NETCHI has repealed that rule. So now the third college that we were working with several years ago that was overseas has since pulled out of getting our approval and is just working directly with NETCHI. So we don't anticipate any more foreign institutions like what we used to see years ago. But with regard to within the state, if the chair wanted to start a new college tomorrow, the process is we have a bunch of forms and the chair would submit those forms on behalf of his institution. We would then set up a time to conduct a review, and then we would present those findings to the commission. And if approved, then that institution could seek a legislative sponsor to gain degree granting authority from the state.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I read the bill as drafted, I assumed that it was addressing a holdover problem. When I listen to you, I hear that it's really meant to address a inactive members problem. Perhaps it should be rewritten to address both. So my question is, how important is the problem? Should we work on revising this or should we abandon it?
Thank you for the question. Well, we currently have 2 seats that are at issue, where individuals have left the state, no longer represent institutions. One is medically incapacitated. So we have 2 current issues that are still on the commission that can't exit off.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying you would like a bill. Now, as to making a bill that will actually do what you want, I'm certainly been involved in any number of organizations that have a rule such as if a member is inactive for 3 or more meetings, and you can play with that variable, then in effect the seat becomes vacant, is deemed vacant. That still begs the question that this last sentence, vacancies shall be filled for an unexpired term, that doesn't really say how and when and by whom. So wouldn't it make sense to flesh each of those thoughts out?
Yes, thank you.
And would he be willing to do it?
Would you care to work with a
Yes.
member?
Thank you. I welcome the opportunity.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Bricky?
So we have 2 seats. Does the commission reach out to those commissioners and say, hey, what's up?
Yes.
And they don't?
Yes.
Well, that's really unfortunate. Thanks.
Representative Burton?
That's a quick question. Half a century ago, Governor Sununu had me represent him because they were looking at a new program at a trade school. Is that do they do just new institutions or do they do programs also? They're not commissioned.
That would be a question for.
So the commission does not have jurisdiction over our public college systems. It's strictly the private colleges. And how it works is if the ABC private college has baccalaureate level approval from their regional accreditor, they may add new programs at any time. If those new programs are outside of their mission, let's say they are a liberal arts college and they are starting their first 4-year nursing program, they would seek what we call an administrative review from the commission, and we would review that program and present the findings to the commission for approval.
Further question?
Yes.
Would you believe that when we visited the school that was going to add a master's degree in child education, we found that they were going to do it by starting a daycare center, and they were declined. Would you believe it's important that this commission be staffed fully and skillfully with people who know what they're doing? That's probably a rhetorical question.
Yes. Further questions? Yes, Representative Fellows and Representative Damon.
So I'm just trying to clarify where we are. I'm not, so there are 2 vacancies that have been, well, they're not vacant. There are 2 seats that nobody has put their, sat in for months. Are those positions that were appointed by the governor? Did you say that?
So the non-statutory positions that those buckets of 4 and 6 are nominated by the governor and appointed by the council.
My follow-up, I'm asking which ones are the situation where they're not showing up?
Yes, we have one former college president and one licensed career school representative.
And those are not appointed by the governor.
They both are.
They both are.
Yes, private college presidents are appointed by the executive council and nominated by the governor.
And so what is the reason that they're not, they're just saying because they're not, I'm not buying that. So just what I'm trying to figure out is that the governor appoints many people to many commissions. So I don't understand how this situation relates to a fix here. if the question is whether or not the governor can assume that a person has resigned because they haven't shown up, then that would not be dealt with here. That would be dealt somewhere in the statutes related to what the governor and council did. Does that make any sense?
Representative. Okay, I thought he was gonna, there was a question here and
He's going to stay on her issue.
yeah, you asked a question and I was gonna have him respond to your question.
I think I can answer your question. Yeah. If that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I'll grant you that the way this statute is written, as I was trying to explain, is not as thorough as it could be. But as I read the statute, currently, a position never opens up if the member does not resign, because after 5 years, they can hang in there because the position is still nobody's been reappointed. But if we change the law the way they are asking us to, then after 5 years, they are automatically resigned, as I read it. Mm-hmm. And at that point, the position opens up and the governor could to replace them. But these two positions, these two people he's talking about currently, apparently their 5 years is up. I don't know that or not, but.
No, this is within.
Okay, well, when the 5 years is up, so whenever that happens, sometime down the road, the governor would be able to reappoint them, but currently couldn't. As I was suggesting, more along the lines of what you're talking about, in fact, we should, and also Representative Spilsbury, we probably should be a little tighter than that even. And if you don't show up for some number of meetings or whatever, in addition to this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much in this executive session type discussion.
I know.
But we need to filter through this a little bit here. One more, and then I'll go to Representative Damon.
I'm just wondering if or if it agrees that it's an issue that would apply to more than just this one commission.
I think what we ought to do is, before answering that question by anybody right here, we're getting into that next portion. And if you want to go that way with your question, that's fine. Because he could help you out with a response here. Oh, okay. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two things, if I may. So the first, I guess I'm looking for a confirmation that our discussion is indicating there's two problems to solve. So one is you're at the end of your 5-year term and the language does not clearly say that you're done and someone can, either you can be reappointed or someone else can be appointed. So that seems like a fairly straightforward address. And then the other is this issue of the midterm lack of participation. So is that correct, that we really need two solutions?
Thank you. Potentially, yes. So.
Okay. And then if I may, one more.
Yes.
Thank you. So in the statute, let me get the right part here, sorry. Where it references the members appointed by the governor and council, et cetera, et cetera. So it says 6 representatives of the private four-year colleges in New Hampshire, appointed by the governor and council on recommendation and the limitation of no more than 1 rep from any one college. I don't read that to say that those representatives have to be in New Hampshire. They have to represent private four-year colleges in New Hampshire, but they don't have to be here. It seemed like there was discussion that suggested they did have to be New Hampshire residents.
I think by practice, that's been the case. So we could certainly, if we're fixing language elsewhere, we could certainly add that in as well.
That was my initial comment.
Yeah. So do
one
you
college
want
in New Hampshire.
So do we want? So if I were serving on in that role and I relocated out of state, I'm not sure that necessarily diminishes the person's capacity to serve. So I don't know what you want there, but I guess that needs some clarification.
I think the wording would speak to it being a New Hampshire approved institution. but not necessarily a resident. So if you are the president of ABC College is an online college, but it is incorporated in New Hampshire, degree granting authority from the legislature, then that person. Yep.
Are there further questions of Mr. Appleby? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards on 443? With that, I'm going to close this hearing. That the bill needs work. Definitely. Yeah, I know it, Glenn did. He threw it together real quickly. I guess we're still in there. If that can go that way, wait a minute, this, see, yeah, and this can go that way. There's ample there, but, okay. I have to wait for 11:30. Yeah, you do. That's key. 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Just waiting for the clock to come round. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing on HB 718, an act requiring the State Board of Education to report the unfunded financial impact to school districts for rules adopted by the board which exceed state or federal minimum standards. And we will hear from the sponsor, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Representative Spilsbury and members of the Education Funding Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, representing Grafton 5. Today, I'm introducing this bill, which requires the State Board of Education to report the unfunded financial impact to school districts for rules adopted by the board which exceed state or federal minimum standards. For years, we've been trying to cut back on some of the rules that the legislature always attaches to some bill. And sometimes when we put the reference to rulemaking in the bill, it's very broad and it doesn't speak to a specific area where the legislature is supposed to make rulemaking. I think that my approach is that we have to talk about this term of deregulation, stopping all the rules to allow people to function and know what's coming at them that may exceed law. And within law, I've handed out a sheet to you which looks at 186-C:16-C, and that's rules exceeding state or federal minimum requirements. So we have given authority to the Department of Education to extend rules that exceed our laws, our state or federal laws. And on the backside of the first sheet, there's an area on 186C, which I took out of statute, which gives the rulemaking authority when you're sticking in the terminology RSA 541-A, that's meaning you're going to make rules in accordance with what we have in statute, and it's going to have to be looked at by JELCAR, and those rules are going to have to be approved by the State Board of Education. Item number 8, underneath rulemaking authorities, other matters relating to complying with provisions of this chapter. It's very broad. It's very broad. That means that they're pretty much given a blank check in terms of what they can make rules for. We do have within statute on the first side there, on the first sheet, where we say for each rule or proposed rule contained in the report, there's a report which is due annually to us, and it's spelled out by December 1 of each year. The Commissioner of the Department of Education shall issue a report for all special education rules proposed or adopted which exceed the minimum standards, et cetera, et cetera. For each rule or proposed rule contained in the report, the State Board shall include 1, the rule number, 2, the nature of the rule, 3, any state minimum requirement exceeded, any federal minimum requirement exceeded, and jumping over number 5 there, the reasons for exceeding those minimum requirements. Those are in law right now. The report has to contain that. And if you look at the last sheet I have for you, and I'm going to go back and talk about number 5 here in a second, but there is a form which is the State Board has developed, New Hampshire Standards in Excess chart. And the chart below, it's one of 17 pages, which stipulates the standards, the rules, ED 1102.01F, and it goes right down all those rules. I only gave page 1 of 17 to you. I wanted you to know that there is a format which they have to report to us annually on those rules which exceed. And the nature of the standard, and that tells you just broadly, well, this is for adult students. Okay, state minimum requirement exceeded. Yes, that particular ED 1102.01 does exceed. There is no comparable language in RSA 186C. There's rationale for why they do have to exceed. I understand that. I'm not objecting to that. Federal minimum requirement exceeded. In this particular case on ED, yes, there is no comparable federal language for emancipated minor. Going on, language in the standard, so it lists the standard and reason for exceeding that standard. This is information which is submitted publicly and available. What I've heard from a number of folks in the field over my years of being here that when we adopt these rules, what is the corresponding cost to implement this rule? And by doing so, are we going beyond what's being funded to us through adequacy or through catastrophic aid or whatever it may be within the education statutes, the annotated statutes? And it does, because we have this broad other rules, as stated right there on the rulemaking side, other matters related to complying with provisions of this chapter. It's a pretty wide open game. And so I'm introducing this bill because I'd like to see in the legislation the unfunded financial impact on local school districts for rules exceeding state or federal minimum requirements. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm saying, what are the costs to doing this? And and speaking just a second ago with our chair of the state board, I understand where Mr. Klein's coming from. That's going to be an expense or a cost to putting this all together. I get it. I understand that. But somewhere along the way, we have to realize that the more rules we make, the more cumbersome it is to do our business, especially when we're seeing the demographic in the state declining, the funding situations which we're encountering. We need to be cautious on what we're doing, and we need to know what's going on with some of these rules. And for me, I got to know the fiscal impacts. The rule number, I know the rule number. I know, all the other stuff that's listed there, and I can read the rationale up top of why they have to exceed. So that's it in a nutshell of what we're trying to do. This bill is trying to do, not we, I am trying to do. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Bricky.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Ladd, for answering my question. So do you envision like one more column on this chart that has money in?
If there is an adopted rule or a rule that's in place and it's causing that local school board this type of cost, and it may be a justifiable cost.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that we need to know that in order to make the decisions which we're making, to be a little bit more cautious sometimes when we're making rules or approving them through JELCAR. I know that as chair of this body and chair of the Education Committee last year, we were asked to review every new rule that's being proposed or being renewed every 10 years. The committee has that task. And to communicate then with the chair of JELCAR, somebody that Representative McGuire knows very, very well, to inform them of the impacts that may have. You're welcome.
Representative Popovich Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Ladd, for presenting this bill. I completely agree with the spirit of it. My one concern is about the use of the word unfunded instead of, say, additional financial impact, because I'm trying to understand whether that put a burden on the State Board of Education to judge what is unfunded and what is not. While if we simply said additional financial impact, that would remove the need for them to make determination, which is really a legislative determination, and would still provide us with the information that we need in terms of the financial impact of the rules that exceed the minimum standards.
What you're saying to me is logical, and maybe we have to look at that. You just used the term, the financial impact. You took the unfunded out of it. So the financial impact is what we want to know. How is this impacting that district that really doesn't have the resources to comply?
Yeah. Thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you believe that Representative Carol McGuire is no longer the chair or vice chair of JELCAR, and she's sort of winding down and handed the House leadership position to Representative Leon. All right. So let me ask this. Is this something that the board, when they make such a rule, can answer, right? I mean, is this a number that they can always come up with? Are they have the capability of the LBA or something that they can write a fiscal note sort of like this?
That might be a question if Drew's going to be coming up here, I would maybe pose that to him. You know, a lot of this you're estimating the cost too. You don't. They're indeterminable in many ways, but it'd be helpful if we knew that, and if districts know that as well. And yeah, I do apologize. I know Representative McGuire is not there anymore. I was on it with her, and
Yeah,
she
she's still a
lasted a
member.
long time, and I got off it as quickly as I could.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, which you may defer to Mr. Klein based on your response to Representative McGuire, but I'm puzzling a bit over what I would perceive as a difference in financial impact of, say, any particular rule isn't going to have the same financial impact to every school district. So is this proposed bill looking for a summary number of the financial impact of a rule to all the districts, or something different from that?
I haven't given it that type of thought. You know, I was looking at on average, but to say the financial impact to A, B, C, D, going on down through all those districts, I think that'd be a very difficult job. Seeing you're talking about Manchester with 13,000+ kids, and then you're talking about Croydon and that area. Yours, 100 kids, I don't roughly.
82.
Okay, so the impacts are going to be different, but proportionally, there's still an impact. Because your revenues are not the same of what the other larger district has.
Yes, follow.
So thank you for that. That's why I asked the question, that it would be considerably different impact in different districts, and I'm not clear whether the cost of a particular rule would be the same per student. So I'm not disagreeing about the need to look at the fiscal impact of the rules that we make. I'm just trying to understand how this bill would be, this proposed bill would be implemented in a practical and not overly costly way, like the cost of collecting the data. I'm not sure that's a question, sorry. I'm asking for your comment.
I don't have a specific answer to that question. There's going to be some rules that don't even apply to certain districts. Other districts are going to get hammered. And I agree, many of our rules, we have to go a little bit further because it's not really defined well within a state or federal law, and it leaves a hole. And that's what it basically says in the top part on the small print. That's necessary if we're going to travel that way, and we're the one passing it anyways. It's coming from the legislature, so we do discuss that. I am primarily concerned about the cost to these districts that certain rules have, that costs are not met through the revenue picture which they're receiving from the state.
Okay, Representative Ames.
Yeah. Interesting proposal. I'm wondering if the history we have, experience we have with fiscal notes might inform how best to approach this new requirement. We see in fiscal notes often the word indeterminable, and that sort of is an escape clause for the agencies that just can't really figure it out because there are too many uncertainties out there.
Yeah.
And there's no softening of this requirement.
Yeah.
If it's thought there might be a financial impact, well, by golly, you got to figure it out. So I'm suggesting and asking if you think we might pause and look at other experiences that would help everybody understand what's now being required of this agency.
Representative Ames, I agree with you that there is no fiscal note on this right here in this bill. It has a March 20 deadline. It's not an early bill. It can be retained. It's one of those types of bills, the concept why or principle wise, that there's some rationale for it, but there's unintended cost here maybe that, the department, or a cost which the department is going to have to incur to do this. And can we acquire how it impacts, as Representative Damon says, one district versus another district? It does need work in that, but I think it's something which we need to look at and address. It is one of those, and I know that it's been put out to legislators that we really encourage everybody to slow down on the rulemaking for all these. And if you have to have rulemaking, do it specifically to one particular element within the legislation. Don't get broad general rulemaking. Too many unintended consequences as a result of that. We asked for those other 5 components, why we're exceeding the state, why we're exceeding the minimum, what is the standard, and I think there's also we need to have a little bit better understanding, what are the costs, associated costs.
And Representative Ames, can I ask you, together with Representative Ladd, I think Representative Ladd was interpreting your question as whether there should be a fiscal note to this bill. But wasn't your question whether the model of a fiscal note would lend itself well to this and be used in the rulemaking process? So
Yes.
That's something that I like that track. Yes.
I thought it was an excellent question. I wanted to make sure we hit it. It's an interesting concept, whether that might be a little bit more of a flexible approach than a hard number in a chart. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I'm quite sure that when rules are proposed, there's a question on the rules form that addresses, is this going to have a financial impact and on whom? And that's kind of like you might think of it as being kind of like a fiscal note, but I think the way the language is in here, it's not that necessarily the department would have to say, it's going to cost, $2.2 million or whatever across the state. It can be more like a statement that says, if you're changing the age of when the special ed students can remain from 20 to
Through
21,
Yep.
then just saying something like that means that, about X number of students, for every student that stays an extra year is going to have a cost for the district. Even if you don't put an exact number on it, that's an important piece of information.
I agree with that. We went through that business up to age 22, in other words, through 21. And there are real implications in terms of finances on that, especially when we start talking about the special education aid. We did discuss that when we passed up to age 21, but you're on the right track there. And I think that I don't think this is ready yet, but the concept I'm trying to propose is that we need to be doing something so when GELCAR's and trying to figure out what this is all about, they have some better fiscal understanding. Some of these bills that come through are very innocuous, and I can remember one I put through that was capital improvements for statewide fairs. The rulemaking process took over 2 years for $250,000. So that whole process needs a little bit of thought.
I have a question. And I agree. I think this can be worked. But when we use adjectives like unfunded to modify financial impact or exceeding minimum standards, it makes me wonder whether the rulemaking authority in the first instance was tightly enough drawn, right? So, for example, in 186C16, which you handed out, subparagraph 8, that loose last phrase, other matters related to is a very loose phrasing.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that be better rephrased as other matters required to comply? And then you get right back to your language in this bill, which is requirements. Why are we exceeding requirements in the first place?
Yes, and that, yeah, that the last part of the first part there, the rule make other matters, that sounds like lawyer talk to me. It's, you know, we use terms like reasonable. Well, you try to define reasonable sometimes, you know. I see it coming through it all the time. And so, you know, given the clock here, I think what we ought to do is,
the bill
is
needs some
just
work.
conclude my testimony here and move on.
Oh, is there another question? Oh, Representative Damon. Sorry, not turning.
Thank you kindly. Would you please comment on the possible, perhaps unintended consequence of doing this work on the likelihood of having less statutes that exceed or rules that exceed the standards?
You're going to have some statutes that require you to have new labor within your building, but under the guise of special ed, and we can pass that type of legislation, but we don't have to pass the dollars to support it. To me, that's going to be the impact. It's going to be the impact to the district trying to figure out where they're going to take it, and they're going to be taking it from Peter to pay Paul. So I don't know if that answers where you're coming from on that. This is an issue which is an age-old issue that needs, I think, reconsideration. And where we have a special committee here to do that right now, I thought it might be one that we might want to delve into.
Yes, Representative Phillips?
Thank you. And you mentioned that you had been on, you've been on eDNA, and where I was served also, and I'm currently on GelCar. So do you think that this is also important information for GelCar? Because your proposal is that the legislature here sees it first before, this is supposed to be prepared before GelCar has to make a decision on new rules. Is that correct?
Well, I've never been on eDNA.
Oh, I thought you
but
said
I
that.
was on GelCar, and many of us have been on GelCar. That's the last step, and then you can do things conditionally, what have you. Then it goes back to the bureau or the department or the board that's coming from, and they ultimately make the final decision. So.
Okay, well, that was quite a round of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Klein, would you like to speak? So Drew Klein, Chairman of the State Board of Education.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Drew Klein, Chairman of the State Board of Education. I didn't fill out a pink slip. I just come to observe, but I think it would be useful to sort of get some perspective here and maybe answer questions. So I agree with Representative Ladd entirely on the premise. I can tell you at the State Board of Education, we work very hard not to exceed any of our statutory authority. I have instructed all of our attorneys whenever we have every single rule that comes before us to make sure that it aligns with the statutory authority, whether that's federal statutes, state statutes, or federal regulations. You look through the 1100s, which are special education rules, and you will see constant references to CFRs, federal regulations. Every rule we write, we make a point of spelling out where we get the authority to do it and what the parameters of that authority is. So we try to stay within that. What we don't do is the financial impact analysis. We're just not equipped to do that. But it's a fair question. So whenever we take on revising our rules, this particular board is always looking at them and questioning, why do we have this mandate on school districts? What does it accomplish? Can we accomplish it in a less mandatory way? And are there costs to this mandate? Now, we understand that we can't impose unfunded costs, but the nature of rulemaking is to require that districts do certain things. So we're always looking for ways where we can reduce that burden on districts, but we don't have the capability to do, we don't have a statistician on staff, we don't have an economist, we don't have an analyst to do that financial impact assessment. So my question on this would be, if you want to go forward, I have no objection to us looking at how our rules impact districts financially. It's a totally fair thing for us to look at. I just don't know how we're going to execute this faithfully with the intent of the legislature if that's written into statute.
Very good questions. Is there, as opposed to a financial analysis that expects a quantifiable finite figure, is there a process for regulatory impact already? Is that what this chart we're seeing is, or
not
regulatory? Just speaking more broadly in terms of impact.
I mean, not in the sense of a sheet that comes up with an analysis. Our sort of method of doing this is in the rulemaking process from start to finish. We have the Professional Standards Board. We have folks who get stakeholders together, talk about what the rules should be. So we're on a 10-year conveyor belt. All the rules have to be renewed every 10 years. And so when they come up, or when we propose a new rule, it goes through a pretty long process before it even gets to us for the initial proposal by trying to get stakeholder input. And so in the process, then we have public hearings and we hear from districts. So that's really the process where we try to get that feedback on, okay, what's the impact? Will you guys be able to execute this? Is it going to be burdensome? That kind of thing. So it's not really a mathematical formula.
Mm-hmm. Further questions? Good. Thank you. I think. Oh, yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It's actually the same question that I asked Representative Ladd. I would appreciate your comments on the possibility of unintended consequences from doing this, meaning that we did not maintain the same standards that we now have. That is, the standards that are currently exceeding minimum, which I think we all agree there are many. Does doing this fiscal accounting, if it were to happen, increase the likelihood that we then have fewer
rules exceeding the minimum?
Yes.
Yeah, I would put it this way. When we again take up rules to revise them, again, I've instructed the attorneys to make sure that the rules that we're proposing do align with statutory authority. I try not to ever exceed the minimums if we don't have to, if there's not. So, for example, I'll show you in this that you've been given, the examples for exceeding the minimums. Typically where we have something that you could argue would exceed the minimum, it's because of a gray area. It's because the federal rule or law or the statute just simply didn't answer an important question. And so we've got to make a decision over answering that question. So that, you could say that exceeds the minimum, but we've had cases where, over years, where if we don't write a rule there, then we have districts who have unanswered questions. So they're coming to the department saying, what does this mean? What am I allowed to do? And if we don't have a rule that gives them guidance, they don't have that guidance. So we're always striving to keep them as minimal as possible, but there are areas where you kind of have to go fill in the blank, so to speak. If we had a financial impact statement, I'm not sure that would reduce those fill in the blank moments, but it might tip the balance, for example. So if you had something that had if we did some rule that had a really big financial impact, we might go, wow. I mean, I think our obvious response would be, let's rethink this and not impose this cost on districts. So you would probably end up on the margins with fewer rules because you would have that financial trigger to give us the red flag that, oh, we didn't realize this was going to impose such a cost. But when you're thinking about special education costs, if you just go through the 1100s, you'll see how much they align to state statutes and federal regulations. The CFR is the constant reference in the special education rules. I would argue that without having done a comprehensive study of it, the costs that get passed down to districts are in how the districts implement the rules, not a specific mandate that we put on them that says you have to do X, Y, and Z. So, would this bill actually see a big reduction in special education costs? Probably not.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions? Very good. Thank you. I have one pink card from Bonnie Dunham.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Dunham, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire. And I am here in opposition to this bill, strong opposition to this bill. I left my son at home this morning after spending 3 days in the hospital with him and getting 10 hours sleep in 3 days. I came here because this is really important to the lives of children with disabilities, that we consider this bill very, very carefully. First, I'm kind of offended because in the description it talks about unfunded financial impact for education rules. Why is this amending a special education law then? Is it really just targeting special education costs or costs for all education rules? It seems like special education is often scapegoated as costing so much. And it does cost something. I'm not going to deny that. When I was thinking about this, I was thinking about when IDEA was first passed. People refer to that as an unfunded mandate in many ways. And does it cost something? Yes. But before we had that special education law, children with disabilities were not allowed to go to school. So they either stayed home and didn't go to school, or they were institutionalized and didn't go to school. And in the best case, they spent their adult lives doomed to pretend to work in a sheltered workshop. So those lost lives and the cost of care for those individuals cost something. And so you have to really balance the gains against the costs, the benefits, do a cost benefit analysis when looking at that. I think of gross cost versus net cost when you think about in New Hampshire. We began preparing for post-secondary transition for children with disabilities by age 14. Federal law says by 16. Overwhelmingly, educators, parents came out and supported keeping it at age 14 because we believe that better prepares children for the whole purpose of special education, to leave school prepared to either go to work or enter post-secondary education. And New Hampshire does have a higher percentage of students leaving school prepared for those things than other states. And so I think you can see that while it may cost something, be hard to calculate actually how much more it costs to spend a few minutes at a meeting talking about that than leaving that out of the discussion. But if you consider the children with disabilities who are now working, who might not be, paying taxes, who might not be, who are going on to post-secondary education to have very, very productive lives, who would not have otherwise, that you'd have to subtract that. So figure out, let's say it costs, I'm not really good at math because I'm too tired. Let's say it costs $1,000 to begin discussing that at 14. Then somebody just pays $10,000 in extra taxes. Then that rule really cost us minus $9,000. And so that's a savings to the taxpayer really. And I think that because anytime our special ed rules have been revised in recent memory, there have always been collaborative opportunities for parents and educators and administrators to talk together. And we've jointly testified in the past several times because we know that there is a benefit for some things, and after careful discussion, decided amongst ourselves as a group it was worth it and advocated for that.
The general education, I could think of one thing. In New Hampshire, we don't allow children with or without disabilities to be beaten or electric shocked like they do in other states. Does that cost anything? I don't know. I guess you have to spend more time managing children's behavior if you're not going to beat or shock them. But the cost savings is that we get to continue saying we are civilized human beings. Thank you.
Okay. Questions? Representative Popovich move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Dunn, for coming over and seriously for your passion and for the effort that went into coming here under the circumstances. I hope all will work out well, in the short term. I just want to understand a bit better where you're coming from, because during your testimony, you said that we need to do a cost-benefit analysis, and then you provided a bunch of examples where the cost-benefit analysis justifies the investments. I'm just trying to understand, since this bill just says we want to understand the financial impact, in order to do that cost-benefit analysis, why are you opposing this bill? Because it doesn't require cuts, it doesn't attack it, it just says we are trying to better understand what the impacts are so we can run that cost-benefit analysis. Can you help me understand that?
Maybe. I'm not sure how your brain and mind are working together today or not. And so let's go with that. To understand the financial impact, you have to understand both what you're spending and what you're getting for that money. And this bill only says, what are you spending? It doesn't say, what are you getting for that? And so you're only getting half the picture. To do a full analysis, it would take a lot more time. I imagine somebody mentioned fiscal notes. I imagine you would be seeing a lot of rules that for fiscal notes said indeterminable, like you do so often for regular bills here.
Thank you very much. It really helped me understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Very good. So let me just ask briefly. What you're basically saying is that there should be a netting of positives and negatives.
Two things.
But if this is really focused on out-of-pocket costs of compliance, that doesn't preclude further analysis of what the benefits or savings are from implementing the rule, right? It just simply seeks a disclosure. If it's understood in that manner, does it still bother you?
Yeah, it definitely does. Because taxpayers, I go to town meetings, and I live in Merrimack, and recently one of our budget committee members said, is there some way we can put a cap on the number of children with disabilities who are allowed to move into our town? And so children with disabilities are definitely scapegoated. I've been at meetings where people have turned around. My son has been out of school for years now, but previously would say that's the reason our taxes are so high. So if they are only hearing, here's how much it costs and not how much is being saved or how much is being gained in the long run, then you are further stigmatizing children with disabilities and continuing to make them carry the weight of the blame for all of the extra money taxpayers are having to spend, which is not true and not fair.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sure there are millions of examples, but I wrote this in the car on the way up here. I was dictating to myself so I could scrawl it on this sheet of paper when I got here.
I think you conveyed your thoughts well. Seeing no further questions, I don't have any other pink cards. And if there's nobody else seeking to testify, we will close the hearing on HB 718. And we have a lunch break, and we'll resume at 1 o'clock. They're amazing how apparently simple it is.
Yeah. So you want to help carry?
That's not
So the hearing on Monday. One's different. Wow.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience after lunch. We're taking up three bills this afternoon. We'll begin now with HB 771. And in Representative Peternell's absence, Representative Ladd, who is a co-sponsor, will present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Funding Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, and representing Grafton 5. I am a co-sponsor on the bill. I haven't really gotten involved with it, but I'd like to introduce the bill at least. In looking at the bill, there are several significant changes to current law. It should be noted, however, that open enrollment schools are schools where they're willing to take tuition students from another within district and out of district. And of course, the sending school is responsible for paying the cost. If it's from another district, the whole program started back in 2009. So this is not necessarily in statute a new program. The program has some basic components. Students in the open enrollment school that are received from a sending school within the district or a district or school not in their district, schools may predetermine the number of students to be accepted in the program based upon their seating space, based upon the type of program that might be offered. These open enrollment schools shall make available to the general public their curriculum and their policies. There's no application fee other than for a parent that says, I want to go to an open school, other than that I'll get into the cost in a little bit. On local school sending in, there is preference given if you're in the local district to military personnel, children of military. If you're once in an open enrollment school for second grade, let's say, and you've been accepted and you want to stay for 30, you do not have to apply twice. You're in. Students are allowed to shift from one school to another within a district only one time during the course of a year. These are some basic understandings. It's done by tuition, and the open enrollment school may limit their population to, and they may limit to a specific grade level. We may be open enrollment for sixth grade, but not fifth grade or fourth grade due to various issues, might be local issues. So they can limit the grade levels available. They can limit it to age levels. They can limit it to areas of academic focus. They can limit to at-risk pupils, vocational education, a career type education. They can limit it to only those students going into the math program, the science program, the arts, the history, languages. All that is currently in law. Students may be selected for an open enrollment program based upon aptitude, academic achievement, need of the student. Selection must focus on the goals of the school, the receiving school. That's in law also. If too many apply, trying to get into an open, there's a lottery, as we do have with the charter schools. There's a lottery if there's more people applying to get in than there are seats available. It's done by lottery. No student can switch schools more than once in a school year. Policies of open enrollment schools have to be posted. And the policies in the schools, for example, if you're coming from a district that has a different policy than the district you're going to, the district of the receiving school is those policies are the policies in effect. For example, if you're talking about suspension, expulsion, it's not the sending, it's the receiving. They decide whether you're going to get expelled or not. Where you're going, the open enrollment school has that authority. You follow their policies where you are a student. But your You're listed as a student, though, in the sending school. They have the responsibility for the tuition can be no less than 80% the cost of that sending school district or sending school. There are rules on this, 541A rules. Now, the changes that I see here, which Representative Perennial has in the bill, there's one area that I think that deserves some of our focus. Is on page 2, where it says under budgets, each school shall establish a line item in their operating budget on an annual basis reflecting estimated expenditures for an open enrollment school tuition. By listing it annually and estimated, that may be difficult to do. I haven't given it much thought. It currently says that portion of the school district's estimated expenditures on an open enrollment school tuition shall be shown as a separate line in a school district's budget. That's the way it was. Now it's each school district shall establish a line item in their operating budget on an annual basis, reflecting estimated expenditures. So that's all I have to say about it, because I have not gotten down the weeds. I've been working on a lot of other bills, but this one I have not given much focus. I do believe that open enrollment schools serve a purpose, and a good purpose. If you have two districts right beside each other, one district may have a fine mathematics program or a fine career program in that school where the other one doesn't. Isn't it wise to send the kids, and so you don't have to duplicate programs and save costs, cost efficiencies? That's what this program really does. And it was done way back in 2009. So at that time, where we've gone with some of the education choice programs since, a lot farther. But this is one that's been established through a tuition type program from one district to another. And this bill modifies that legislation we've had. To get into the weeds as far as what it exactly modifies, I can't give you that information right now. I haven't read it that well.
All right, thank you. We do have a couple of questions. Are you open to Representative Ames?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Questions, plural, maybe? So, clarification first. How is this different, or is it different from the many small towns that don't have education in town at all grade levels? So they have a K-4 or K-6 school, and then they're paying tuition to other schools. Are those schools open enrollment schools? Is that the same thing?
No, you're talking about a school, for example, a school district, K through 6, K through 8, they don't have high school.
Right.
Those schools which we tuition to are approved by that sending school board.
Mm-hmm.
And an agreement is written between the two. On this particular situation, the receiving school may declare themselves as an open enrollment school. And you as a parent in the sending district would like your child to go to that program. So then the school that you're in has to pay no less than 50% of the tuition costs to the open enrollment school. That's how I see it. It's like a charter school. The parent is saying, I want my child there, and by declaring themselves, I believe there's one open enrollment school in the state right now that does this. I don't know which one it is. That's, if you look in the fiscal note, that's what that fiscal note says. And so I was looking just before this meeting. And it's run in a similar fashion where the parent says, I'd like to have my child going there. It's a little bit different than a tuition program where there's an agreement between the two districts by school boards.
Follow
up.
Thank you, that's helpful. So, related to that, on page 1 of the bill, lines 9 through 14, where they define tuition, and it says the proposed language, the pupil's sending district shall pay the receiving district an amount equal to not less than 80% of the sending district's average cost per pupil, and goes on. So my question relative to that is, am I correct in believing that this language is setting up a scenario where a parent could request their child to go to an open enrollment school whose average cost per student is considerably more than the cost at the sending district.
I think you're
That
reading it
open enrollment
correctly.
School will have to accept that.
Yes.
Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ames?
That's how I read it.
It says.
I'm pausing on this line item, rephrasing of the line item section, subsection, and so wondering how a line item would work for a child who comes into a functioning school district and is part of the general population. I mean, what you estimate ahead of time what you're going to charge for that child's attendance, but in terms of having an account that you're going to be charging costs to a line item that functions as that, how is that going to work?
I think it talks about estimates you're projecting based upon what? Maybe the past history. But that's why I opened up saying there's that area right there that I feel that how it's worded makes it difficult for the sending school to know or project what they're going to have to put in their budget.
Representative Popovich Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Ladd, for introducing the bill and taking questions. On to the, in regards to the concerns expressed that a open enrollment school may receive less tuition than their costs, is there anything in this bill forcing anybody to become an open enrollment school?
No, there's nothing there. And when you have these two accounts, whether you're going to have an account for the kids, which you're receiving money for the students which are enrolled in your school, you're now being asked to write an account for those which are going to the receiving school, and the money that student's going to need is in the other account, right? The first account. So you're going to have to take some out of one account to throw it in another account to cover what you estimate to be the cost for sending to the receiving school.
Right. And a quick follow-up. Thank you. And in regards to the very last paragraph that we were talking about the estimating lines, in your reading of the previous language and new language, do you see any substantial difference between the current obligations versus the new ones? Because frankly, I don't see one. But
I don't see it either. I don't see it either. I see that the money's going to have to come from the budget, and there's what you got, and your adequacy funds are there. But this is saying that they want to have it in a separate line item.
Which
so you have to split something up.
Thank you.
How much? I don't know.
I wasn't able to find a difference in the two sentences. Representative Copel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So can you speak to the sort of how this could potentially impact CTE programs? Because I know that one of the challenges that sending districts face with CTE programs is coordinating class schedules and transportation. So would this provide additional opportunities for students who are interested in career and technical education to take full advantage of those programs?
It would certainly help. And I think there's another way that folks are looking at right now is for the students in that sending district that wants to get over here where the CTE program exists to be enrolled in the program that exists, so that everything received over here is now received over here. So they become a student of that school and take all their general education courses as well in the school that they're at for CTE. So you're eliminating all the transportation. That's the way it would work best. We have to get there.
Representative Fellows?
Yes, I'd like to get back to the budget question in the listing something in the budget. And so the fact that the new language says estimated expenditure, standard practice for a business administrator in a school district is that if they don't know for sure, they will have to spend, make an expenditure out of a certain category of expenditures, but what they would normally put in the budget would be $1, because you can't make an expenditure into that's related to an account that has zero as a budget. But if it says $1, it can be amended by this, depending on the amount of the money by the school board. So to say estimated expenditure, I think really creates a problem. Does that make sense to you?
Quite truthfully, I'm having a hard time understanding between the two sentences because estimated expenditure is already in law.
So,
Yes.
I don't believe. Yeah, well, so that doesn't make any sense either, because in your budget, a school district, a business administrator, unless they know that students are going to go to an open enrollment school, what they would do is they would put $1 on that budget line, because that makes it available to transfer funds into that if it should be needed, because if you have a line that says 0, you can't transfer to that line. So I think the original language has a problem from accounting perspective.
Mr. Chair.
Any response?
No.
Okay. Representative Popovich Muller?
It's a very brief comment. I just wanted to say that this is not an executive session, but I would be happy to talk a lot about that in the executive session and go into the details. I just don't want to phrase it as a question here because it would be unfair at this time. So trust me, we can address that. Thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Who makes the decision how much money will be sent from the sending district to the receiving district? This is very vague in terms of not less than 80%.
I would have to look back historically how that's been done in districts. The same language exists in both this proposed law and the new.
I know this is not new.
That's not new.
Yeah. May I follow up?
Yes.
So I'm under the impression that this is not a program that's succeeded because there's only one open enrollment school, right? And the danger for a school deciding to be open enrollment is a district could send them their most expensive student, right? A special ed student with some, no? He's shaking his head. Well, the parent of this, whatever student could send them, of a $200,000 student, could decide, I'm going to that school. And as far as I read this, the open enrollment school can't say no. And the other district says, well, okay, I'll give you your $30,000, your $20,000 or whatever the number.
If I were an open enrollment school administrator or principal, and I had an open enrollment school that was declining in population, but had some wonderful programs, I'd gladly solicit from all the districts around me and try to draft their students off and bring them into my school so I can load it up and I can sustain my program. I wouldn't worry about what happens on the other side of the ledger for the other schools, but I would sell my product. Competition.
Okay. I guess my question is, it seems that one of the key things being changed here is to label schools as either sending or receiving, but I don't get the sense that it fully flushes out what the implications are, particularly for the sending school. The receiving school can elect to receive, but the sending school has no choice? Am I reading it the way you understand it?
If it's an open school, that's the way I read it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Are we breaking new ground?
And there are people from DOE here.
Yes, we have
an
other
attorney
people
from
come
the
to
department.
testify. Okay, Representative Fellows.
Yes. So you just said that right now, it would make financial sense for a school to say that they're open enrollment school because they have empty seats that would be beneficial financially if they could fill them. But was that the situation back in 2009? My recollection is that's when enrollment was very high, and there were schools that, you know, they were bursting at the seams. They had so many students.
You are correct. Back then, there was about 210,000 students in the state. Now we're down around 160. And so they had the students. That may be why there was only one. And I don't know if there was one at that time, but that's when the law came in effect.
Representative Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. So would you comment on the potential fiscal impact to the sending district if the number of students that they're sending to one or more open enrollment schools, if there were more, diminishes the sending district's student enrollment, but not enough for them to close a classroom or otherwise reduce costs? So they're adding what is tuition costs to their existing operating costs, correct?
Well, if they're going to take from one school to another school within the school district, they're still going to have to provide the transportation. Going outside the district, they don't have to provide transportation. So there might, if you're going to pay 80%, the other 20% is going to be where? It's going to be left in the district. That's how I see it. And you're asking somebody right here who's never done this before in a school, so it's probably wise to ask folks that are more familiar with open enrollment, which I am not familiar with that.
Okay, I think it's come time to allow the.
Thank you.
Introduce.
Have a good afternoon.
All right. I have 3 green cards. I mean, these are pink. Anyway, testing. So I'm going to call Barrett Christina, the New Hampshire School Boards Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina, Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to the bill. I think what is most important for this committee to consider when it's considering House Bill 771 is that there is currently a case pending before the New Hampshire Supreme Court relative to what the operations are and the obligation of a district that has not adopted the open enrollment statute, but yet is having students, for lack of a better way of putting it, poached from another school district. Representative Ladd is correct. There's only one open enrollment school in the state right now. There was a matter that was appealed to the State Board of Education. The hearings officer had one interpretation of the statute. The State Board of Education ignored the hearings officer's recommendation and issued its own findings. So that matter was filed with the New Hampshire Supreme Court, I believe, it was either August or October. I have it here on my notes. Before any changes are made to the open enrollment statute, NHSBA believes that we should let the litigation sort of play itself out. There are questions about, the main question is if one school district is authorized by its voters to become an open enrollment school, but a neighboring school district is not an open enrollment school. The voters have not followed the process in RSA 194D. Does the district that has not adopted the open enrollment statute have to pay tuition to the school district in which those children wish to attend? So that's what's pending, and we have one interpretation of the statute. The State Board of Education had a different interpretation of the statute. The attorneys representing one of the school districts at issue has an interpretation. So that matter is pending before the New Hampshire Supreme Court. That needs to be resolved first, because I think there are going to be more and more of these open enrollment schools, perhaps coming forward as we're seeing changes to, I'll just call it school choice for lack of a better way of putting it. But until this statute is clarified as to what is the tuition obligation of a sending school district that has not authorized or not adopted the open enrollment statutes. We think that we should pause any changes to RSA 194D, and I think that's our prime objection. I do have some objections relative to the fiscal aspect. Page 2, line 4. Excuse me. Each district shall establish a line item in their operating budget on an annual basis reflecting estimated expenditures for open enrollment tuitions. That's all well and good if that school district has adopted the open enrollment provisions of RSA 194D. But if that school district has not adopted the provisions, I don't know why they need to be a line item in the particular budget. Likewise, with all due respect, this is generally local money that's going to be used as tuition money. We don't think the state should be telling local school districts what line items they necessarily have to have for things that don't necessarily relate to adequacy. But our biggest concern is that there's a pending Supreme Court case. NHSBA does not believe we should be amending anything relative to the open enrollment statute until we get some sort of clarification from the courts. With that, I will try to answer some questions. I don't know the statute that well.
Thank you. I think you've hit the question I asked previously about whether the sending school district's hand would be forced.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's see. Representative Erf and then McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So putting aside the changes that are being made here, do you have the same concerns with the law as it exists today?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative. The statute itself, I think, is unclear in some places, and if the statute were more clear in some places, perhaps the litigation that's pending right now would not have been necessary. So, again, to mind, I've never worked closely with this statute. Again, there's only one other statute or one school district that has adopted the open enrollment statute. I will say this is my anecdotal recommendations as well too, that a number of years ago, I want to say 15, maybe more, there was another school district that sought to invoke or become an open enrollment school. They received a legal opinion, I believe, from the Department of Education that was contrary to what the state board ruled maybe a year or so ago. So to your question, Representative, the statute, the full totality of RSA 194D, I think is unclear in some places and probably could stand for some amendments moving forward.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I don't understand your first point. You said there's a Supreme Court case. It's vague. We should, because the law is vague, so we should wait and see what the Supreme Court says it really means. Why don't we do what's being done here on page 1, line 9, and make it clear? Or if that's not enough, make it even clearer in other places that are vague,
sure,
and have it really say whatever we want it to say, and let people not spend their money at the Supreme Court, not wait for the Supreme Court, all that sort of stuff, right?
Thank you for the question, or for the question, Representative. Yeah, I mean, this body can certainly make the amendments, as it sees fit. I think the question would be, you're probably going to get opposing interpretations of what the statute should say then, or at least opposing views on what, and we get that all the time too. I'm not saying that's not a reason to do it, Representative, but yeah, certainly the question, the gist of the question is, what are the spending obligations of a district that has not adopted open enrollment schools? Can a district that has adopted the open enrollment statute poach students from another school district and just make the sending district pay tuition, even though that sending district has not become an open enrollment school itself? That's the gist of the issue. Thank you.
Representative Ames.
Yeah. I think the point is well taken that we should be as informed as we can be on this issue, and to that end, we need to understand the litigation that is directly on point, and it would be really helpful to me, in order to do all of that, to have at least a link to the litigation so that I and maybe the others here can read what the complaint says and what the response says, because that's probably all there is right now.
Thank you very much, Representative. I am not in possession of all those documents. I can reach out to the attorney that's representing the school district at issue and see what I can gather and pass along to the committee. One other thing too, is just if I may, Mr. Chair, for the moment, I've used the word poach a couple of times. That may be too strong of a word. I don't mean to imply that there's any wrongdoing. I'll just say perhaps actively solicit students from outside the school district. I don't want to apply any negative intent to that word by chance. So I apologize for using that word that may be a little bit loaded.
Okay, can I ask our committee researcher, Jen 4, perhaps you can run that link down for us, as Representative Ames asked? Could you run down the link to this pending Supreme Court case?
I can get Ms.
In the coming week or so?
I can get Ms. for the pertinent information.
Okay. Terrific. Okay, next is Representative Damon, and then Popovich Muller, and then I think I saw Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Christina. Does the School Board Association have any perspective to share on the broad concept of increasing the number of open enrollment schools?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Representative. Specifically, no. I will say if two school districts want to become open enrollment schools and engage in some sort of agreement for the students, then two school districts can do that. It's not NHSBA's position to, because it has to, being an open enrollment school has to be authorized by the voters via warrant article. So, we don't question what voters in a particular district do. If voters in two districts want to do that, then that's certainly their prerogative.
Representative Popovich Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice seeing you again.
You
A
as well,
pleasure.
sir. Thank you.
Just a quick question, since you were talking about the soliciting of students. My understanding of the NHSBA's concern seems to not be related to whether the students are solicited or not, but simply to the fact that they are going to another school district and the sending school district now owes tuition, even though they didn't adopt that. Do I understand that correctly, or is there a nuance there regarding whether the receiving district solicits students or they just knock on the door by themselves?
Right. Thank you for the question, Representative. Our concern is that we believe that the State Board of Education misinterpreted the statute and is misapplying the statute. And the concerns with it, our concerns with that is that the State Board's interpretation of the statute would have significant ramifications statewide. We believe that in order for a student to be a sending student to a different school district under the open enrollment statute, the sending district also has to adopt the open enrollment statute.
Quick follow-up.
Yes.
I agree. I understand that. Does it make any difference whether the receiving district solicits the students or the students just ask to go there without any communication?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, if the students ask to go there without their district being an open enrollment school, there are potentially other avenues. The best interest standard under RSA 193.3, manifest educational hardship also under RSA 193:3, where the districts could presumably enter into some sort of tuition agreement if they wanted.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have further questions? Representative Fellows, right?
That last comment was the answer to my question.
Very good. Yeah, good to have that RSA citation.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have gone the full round.
Thank you
very much. Okay. Next up, David Trumbull. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm David Trumbull from the town of Ware. I have concerns about the bill and confess to not being an expert on this issue, but hearing from our sponsor, who also admitted it was had some of those same inabilities to answer. I don't feel it's too bad. I have three concerns. The first is on the line item issue on page 2. It seems to me that this line item now creates an obligation for every school district in the state to be a sending district, because it says each school district shall establish a line reflecting their estimated expenditures. Representative Fellows said you can't send any money if you don't have something already in that line item. So this line item would require at least $1. This means that the lawsuit that's before the Supreme Court now, which is based on the question of does a sending district have to be an open enrollment district in order to be a sending district, it would eliminate that lawsuit, which might accomplish Representative McGuire's question, why bother having a lawsuit? But it would, through law, backdoor around the court case and say that every district in the state must be a sending district. So whether or not that's a good idea or bad idea, I think that that's the impact of page 2, line 4. The second thing I had a concern about is the addition of the word open enrollment program, which nobody has discussed yet. But one of the things that concerns me is that with online education, that you could very well have a school that sets up itself as an online program. We have VLAX in every single town in the state. It's a great program. What makes it so good is that there can only be so many students per teacher. There's an actual teacher behind that wall. I don't want to relitigate the PragerU thing that we went through last year, but just to point out a comparison of 3 different scenarios. You passed a law that said every school has to have a financial literacy course for half a credit. At that time, I went back and did research. Every school, high school in the state has a financial literacy course now. The typical course is about 75 hours of classroom time with a teacher, homework assignments, and that sort of thing. The VLAX course, which I couldn't get into because you have to pay money to actually see the whole curriculum, but you can see the outline of the course. There was 18 lessons. It would probably be about the same amount of time, and there would be a person, and there would be homework assignments. So whether you went to your local high school and got it, or you got it through VLAX, it would be a reasonable alternative. The Prager program was 15 videos that were 5 minutes each. So that's a total of 75 minutes. And the test was 30 multiple choice questions at the end of it. So, and that got approved by the State Board of Education. So in other words, if your child doesn't want to go to your local high school and spend 75 hours on financial literacy with a classroom teacher and homework, if you don't want to go to VLAX and spend 70 hours with a real life teacher behind the wall and do all the homework, you can just watch 75 minutes worth of videos and take a few multiple choice questions. So now the rule has been established in the state that 75 hours can be replaced with 75 minutes. So an hour in the classroom can be replaced with 1 minute of video. If some school sets up an online video program, you could basically just have a whole, and they become somehow a school. It opens up a door that I don't think we really want to go to. You can have the kids stay in their local school. If they want to take a couple classes through VLAX, like if your child wants European history, your high school doesn't have it, they can take that extra course through VLAX. But this addition of the word program has not been justified. There's been no explanation of what it's here for, what it could do, but I do see potential problems with it. And the third concern I've got is just with the open enrollment notion in general. I think it's great that children should have choice, but I think there should only be choice if every child also has a chance to get a good education. Until as a state we provide a chance for every child, I don't think we want to expand the choice opportunities. What makes New Hampshire unique in the financial sector is that we are last in state spending in the United States. Now, Michigan, I was just listening to a man from Michigan give a talk about their open enrollment program out there. And he pointed out that pretty much out there, all the schools are well funded. And the U.S. Census data, I'll turn it into you, shows the federal, state, and local sources for each state in America. In Michigan, they pay 55%. In New Hampshire, we pay 27%. This is the latest from the U.S. Census. They're paying twice as much from the state. That means that every single school out there, every child's got a reasonable chance. In New Hampshire, you have huge disparities in spending between town. That results in huge disparities in proficiency between town. Just to give you some examples, I know there's some legislators here who have Newport and Charlestown in your district. Those schools have 10% proficiency. That means out of levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, levels 3 and 4 is proficient. 10% are proficient. Bedford, on the other hand, is 69. Hopkinton is 61. Concord is 54. My hometown of Ware is 22%. When you have more money, you get higher proficiency. When you have less, you get lower proficiency. So I think until we actually spend money and make sure that every child has a chance to get a good education, it would be inappropriate for the state to expand choice programs, which will exacerbate the differences between the haves and the have-nots. You look at this here, and it would be available if a parent wants to make, in other words, if you make every school in the state be open enrollment, if basically this law would create statewide open enrollment, those who can afford to transport their child to another district would automatically have a right to go there. So if you're in Newport and you want your child to go to Sunapee, which is just next door, New London, which is really next door in the other direction, or you're in Charlestown and you want to go to one of these towns or Claremont, you could easily make that happen under this statute. But what that does is it creates the difference we have between the haves and the have-nots is unconscionable right now. This would exacerbate that difference. First, let's fund every school, give every child in the state a fair chance, and then you probably won't need to have a lot of people who want to go open enrollment because their hometown school would be adequate. This just exacerbates an existing problem. And I'm sorry, one more thing, which is all the other options in the status quo that exist. Like Mr. Ladd, Representative Ladd said, you have CTEs that are different. One town is the Alvarine is the agricultural school, another town is the automotive school. That already exists in the present system. If you have a problem, you can go through manifest hardship. If you have a problem, you can get your child tuition to another school if both sides agree to it. You can solve these problems right now with the voluntary open enrollment system. This bill, I think, on page 2 would make it mandatory that every school in the state become an open enrollment school, both ways, or certainly at least sending. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your comments. Last, I have Timothy Robinson. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Representative, for hearing me out. I am a resident of Pittsfield. Sorry about that. My name is Timothy Robinson. I'm a resident of Pittsfield. I'm on the Pittsfield School Board. I am not representing the school board of the SAU. I'm representing myself, just so we're aware of that affiliation-wise. I have lots of concerns about RSA 194D. Obviously, Pittsfield is a party to what's going on in the Supreme Court. I will say that the concept or the vision of school choice is a great idea, right? So that if there was a school that was more centered on music, a kid could go there. If it was more centered on history, that kid could go there. Great concept. The mapping of how we get from here to there under RSA 194 is not fair to taxpayers. It is not fair to people that, with the amount of money, that local money that's spent on school budgets, it's not fair to them. It's always, the devil's always in the details, right? So the details here on what's being presented here is almost akin to what has happened with the opinion from the DOE, where certain language was cherry-picked, in my opinion, and it was excised out of, if you read the 3 words before it, it would change the meaning. That's what I mean, it was cherry-picked in their decision. Again, my opinion, not anybody else's. So to create an environment where you are forcing sending districts to pay money. The language in this proposed in House Bill 771 kind of only reinforces that. So if you go down to 194D:5, section 1, with the addition of the word receiving school, that it kind of requires the sending school and this receiving school, it requires the sending district to have to actually pay. There's no, there's other language in the RSA that talks about adoption of the legislation, and that has never occurred in Pittsfield. Nobody's ever voted to send students outside of the district, even though we've been sent a bill to pay for, and that's why we're at where we're at, to an open enrollment school. But the voters and the taxpayers in Pittsfield have never discussed this and never voted on it. But we got a state agency that's essentially requiring us, under their opinion, to pay for a tuition for a student that the taxpayers, voters of Pittsfield never voted to do. It's a program that does that. If more of this was to pass, the language 80% of the sending districts average. I understand, that's if we had a really high tuition, that they would get up to 80% of that if their tuition was that. There's no cap on it on the receiving school's tuition in proportion to the sending school's per student cost. If you're going to do one, I think you got to do both, right? I'm not even, I don't support the legislation, but if you're gonna look at this legislation and you're gonna do this, we have to do the sending district, you know, there has to be some cost control and some ability to cap that on that. And I know it won't be 100%, you know, because it's some of these programs might be way more expensive, but it has to be capped in some kind of way that's in line with what the average cost per student is at the district. I just, when this happened in Pittsfield, as a resident of Pittsfield, I felt that this is like a slippery slope, right? So the way this happened, you know, a member of the community decided to send their kid to another school, which is, you know, that can happen, and everywhere else that it kind of happens, they pay the tuition themselves, right? You know, currently, if they're not part of this open enrollment program, there's really no difference than if I called a private paving company and asked them to pave in front of my house and told them to send a bill to the town of Pittsfield. In reality, there's no difference. So that's exactly what's happened on this. This just happened to be a student going to a different school, you know, and the town's been asked to, or the taxpayer's been asked to pay for it. So I feel like it just opens up this really weird environment where those of us who are paying local property taxes don't have control over the expenses. And I think, you know, having been on the board, I mean, trust me, there's a lot more transparency with people looking at even to how much we spend on copy paper, you know, at the local school district, you know, as opposed to just getting a tuition bill from another school. So the people who in the sending district will lose that fidelity and the ability to cap those costs. You know, whether the costs are reasonable or not. It would also lose the ability to change out the elected representatives on the board if they don't like the direction the school's going in. There's a lot, you know, in the local school district now that you have the ability to change out the board members if you don't like it, who then can maybe, you know, set new policy and direction for that school district. If we get forced to start paying tuition to schools that we don't have any control over, we lose control over that, and we're just succumb to the choices of one or two people, you know, the people in town, the individual choices they make, and we get stuck with the bill. And we have no ability to have any kind of say on that bill other than required the way this legislation is currently written to just pay the bill. And I don't think that's fair to the taxpayers in any district in the state. You know, I'm only speaking from my view from Pittsfield. Obviously, you know, we're a very small school, and losing money out of the district is probably a larger impact than this to some of the bigger districts in the state. But we still lose that kind of concept of the New England town meeting local control with this particular legislation the way it is. I'll open up to any questions from members.
Sure, if I could start just reading between the lines and to clarify, am I understanding you correctly that Pittsfield's school district is involved in the pending Supreme Court litigation?
Yes, it is, sir.
Thank you. And in that case, I also don't think we've been told, what's the one school that has adopted open enrollment?
It's the Alton School District.
And that's the one you're dealing with?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Understood, thank you. Questions? All right, very informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I don't have any more pink cards. Is there anybody who'd like to address the bill? Good, we're all set. And I'm going to close the hearing on HB 771.
Okay, we're going to go ahead with the next hearing, which we have. The next bill is HB 665, relative to eligibility for free school meals. Representative Hall, you're here. Welcome. You're welcome to give us testimony in this one.
I'm back.
You're back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Funding Committee. For the record, I'm Uriel Hall, and I represent the fine people of Bow and Hopkinton, District 9, as well as all Granite Staters. I'm here this afternoon to introduce House Bill 665, which increases the eligibility for free school meals to household incomes up to 300% of federal poverty guidelines. Feeding more kids at school is at the heart of this legislation. We have too many kids who go to school hungry, with minimal or little access to food. Most of us don't like to go hungry. Yesterday, the snowstorm was brewing. Folks were anxious about their commute. We could have worked our way through the remaining bills and gotten out maybe at 1:30, but we stopped for a lunch break because folks were hungry. Some kids don't have that luxury to just go eat when they're hungry. In the fall of 2023, a study committee was established. It had 3 senators, 3 representatives, 4 of those Republicans and 2 Democrats. 2 of you, or 1 of you in this room right now, served on that committee. One of the tasks of that statutory committee was to determine if the income eligibility relative to free school meals should be expanded. The final report, submitted by the Republican chair of the committee, noted that, 1, the majority of the committee recommended that a bill should be filed this term to increase free and reduced eligible students from 185 to 200% of poverty. The minority recommended the increase be 300% of poverty, which is reflected in this bill that I'm introducing today. The majority report regarding that eligibility expansion to 200% stated that it was crystal clear in the committee that the cost of the current high inflation is hitting low-income families the hardest and increasing food insecurity in many of our citizens' homes. Current eligibility leaves a large portion of students who are financially vulnerable without access to meals. This recommended incremental change to cover the cost for food only would go a long way to improving the educational setting so that no student is sitting at a desk trying to learn while hungry. Again, that was the majority report. The minority report noted that 300% increase would ensure that more children have access to the nutrition that they need to reach their full potential. Access to nutritious meals improves student health, mental and physical, and the increase would provide greater stability for those in need, allowing them to focus more on their studies and less on worrying about where their next meal would come from. It's important to note that this bipartisan committee, as a whole, agreed that the income eligibility relative to free school meals should be expanded. I hope we can all agree that food is essential to learning and that all students deserve an equal opportunity to learn, and that food insecurity puts tremendous stress on families who are struggling to hit their basic needs budgets given the increased cost of food, as well as childcare, healthcare, transportation, housing, utilities. We heard a lot about the price of eggs. I bought a dozen eggs the other day for $6.99, and they weren't cage-free. Our neighbors of Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts have all implemented healthy school meals for all. According to the DOE fiscal note, this bill would ensure that half of our student population, the more vulnerable population, had access to school meals. And with that, I'll take questions, knowing the folks behind me. I'll be more equipped to answer them, especially questions about the financial input. Please vote ought to pass on House Bill 665. Our children deserve it.
Thank you very much, Representative Hall. Yes, Representative Bricky.
This is just a question. Thank you for, it's a question not so much for Representative
Oh,
Hall.
good.
Is there an updated fiscal note? The last I have, the only one I have came out 1/10/25.
Yes. 2/3/25.
So for some reason, not all of us got the 2/3/25 ones that came out.
Who does not have this amendment? 1, 2, 3. Same 3. Oh, 4, 5, 6. Jennifer, do you think we could get some copies of that made?
Jennifer, it's right here. I didn't have it. Tony did. I really didn't have it. Thank you.
Any further questions for Representative Hall? Yes, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So this bill affects those whose household income is between 185% and 300% of federal poverty guidelines. What fraction of children in that, from those households, are malnourished, and what would be the source of that data?
I would, thank you for your question. I would refer that to Hunger Solutions. They would be better to answer that question in terms of the data. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Spilsbury and then Representative Popovich.
So in line 16, it says the amount necessary to fund this paragraph is hereby appropriated. I don't think we normally just appropriate whatever it costs. Is there an estimate and a figure that you would like to see appropriated?
Would be the cost, whatever it costs.
Whatever it costs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for introducing the bill and testifying. You stated in your testimony that this money is only to feed the kids. Are you saying that the legal language removes the connection between the free and eligible students eligible for free and reduced meals and the school funding in the left side of the funding formula?
Would you ask that question again?
Sure. You testified that the only money this bill is asking for is the money needed to feed the children. I'm asking you whether the language specifically removes the connection between the number of kids that are eligible for free and reduced meals and the additional school funding for education we provide in the left side of the funding formula.
Yeah, I'm going to let someone else answer that question.
Got it. Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Horrigan.
Well, I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan for Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham. And so I support this bill. I've co-sponsored or sponsored similar bills in the past. In this case, they ran out of room on the masthead, so I was eager to be on it myself, but I let others be on it. And I just say I support this bill. And I was glad to have the discussion about the fiscal note, because the copy that I grabbed that's on the table, the Department of Education hadn't provided the fiscal note yet, but that was as 11025, but the updated one is on the website. And so I have a little bit more, I was about to make a cynical comment about why they didn't have the fiscal note, but they did provide a good fiscal note. So the bill that's before you, I guess they say it would cost about $48 million. That's for feeding children. I think that's a very good cause, and it saves the parents of the kids collectively $48 million, or probably more than $48 million, because it reduces the transaction costs of collecting of paying for those meals. That's money that goes back in the pockets of young working families, and I think that's a good thing. That's a very good investment, $48 million, and looks like if you want to go even further, if you want to give sounds like if you take that $48 million, that it would apply to about 50% of the school population. So if you double that, it's $96 million. So that's maybe not in this particular budget cycle, but I think that's probably an achievable goal, especially given that, say, you're feeding children and you're also freeing up that money for use by the growing families that those children belong to. And I might also point out that, no matter how affluent the parents may or may not be, school children are children, so they basically most of them don't have any money of their own, unless you're like the 12-year-old kid who shovels out my driveway, who makes $40 per snowstorm, but he's a very rare kid. Most kids do not have any money of their own, so they, regardless of the congressman who said he had a job and worked his way through high school, that's now how it is for the vast majority of kids. They don't have any money. And even the ones who are working are saving up to go to college or do other things in their later life. So I would just say this is a good bill, even with the budget circumstances. We can afford it, and we should pass it. And Also to emphasize another question, the way this is written, it doesn't affect the whole distinction between free and reduced families, for which is deeply embedded in our school funding system. And maybe our school funding system doesn't work, but you won't be able to change it between now and the end of this session. So we may as well stick with the framework we have. So please pass this bill. And if anything, I'd be happy if you made it even more inclusive. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Nancy Vaughn.
Sorry for the delay. I just wanted to pass out my written testimony to the committee. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association here in New Hampshire. And I am here in support of House Bill 665. Cardiovascular disease is a leading cause of death and healthcare costs in the United States. The American Heart Association has been working to help children grow up at a healthy weight, so that they could live longer and healthier lives. Students having access to nutritious school meals will improve their health and readiness to learn. Food and nutrition security and school attendance during childhood are predictive of health and productivity into adulthood. With House Bill 665, we have an opportunity to ensure students in New Hampshire are set up to succeed. By increasing eligibility for healthy, no-cost school meals, we are providing an important tool in academic success and helping children develop a lifetime habit of consuming foods that support good health. While the USDA school meal program has provided critical access to healthy meals to thousands of New Hampshire children annually through the free and reduced price school breakfasts and lunches, there are still students of families just above the income eligibility threshold that come to school hungry and are unable to purchase a school breakfast or lunch. As a result of families trying to get by with increased food prices and other costs of living expenses, there's also the issue of unpaid school meal debt, causing a financial strain on local school districts. This bill seeks to increase the income eligibility level for meals at no cost to the child's family, working towards closing the gap for low and moderate income families. This will eliminate the reduced price category, greatly reduces, if not eliminates, the problem of school meal debt, and streamlines the school food service program. I have cited some studies and reports in my testimony, to combat food insecurity, one of the very important benefits of this bill. It was found food insufficiency dropped by 14% among students who participate in the National School Lunch Program. Students from food insecure and marginally secure households get more of their food and nutrients from school meals than other students. It promotes good nutrition. Students who eat school lunches tend to take in more whole grains, vegetables, and dairy, and fewer refined sugars and empty calories. Ensuring academic success. Students who have nutritious diets tend to perform better and pay more attention in school. And strengthening school budgets. Increased access to free meals will eliminate unpaid school meal debt, which is an issue that's been a subject of another bill that's come before the legislature this year. In closing, I did not know about the updated fiscal note on this bill, so the dollar amount I'm about to share with you is not from that. But I have a funding solution for House Bill 665. It's in the hands of the House Ways and Means Committee. There's another bill, House Bill 290, which seeks to raise the state cigarette tax and the tax on e-cigarettes. All the revenue from this increase, expected to be $49.5 million in its first year, will go into the Education Trust Fund and could fund the costs of House Bill 665. I urge you to pass this bill and work with your legislative colleagues and House Ways and Means on the other bill to secure the funds needed to feed more children in school. And please consider me a resource for you on this bill and other policies related to heart health. You'll see that I've also attached a recent report from the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, which has a lot of great information. Well, not great information because we don't want to have to see this, but it really outlines the cost of living in New Hampshire and poverty in New Hampshire. And I'm happy to take any questions and answer them to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Vaughn? Yes, Representative Cocom.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at a random menu here from a school. Do you think that providing our kids with cinnamon roll for breakfast is a heart-healthy breakfast, or in today's breakfast, it was a whole grain baked donut? Is that a heart-healthy breakfast that our kids should be eating before they're being educated?
I do have to say that I am not a nutritionist, and I'm not sure which school it is and whether they're part of the USDA school meals program, but they do need to follow guidelines. So I don't know what is in the recipe for those items, but it may, as long as it's in line with the fats and sugars and sodiums that are recommended for young children, then yes, it's.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Damon?
Do I have permission to augment that response?
Well, no, I'd like to, I know you're a nutritionist. Let's just ask questions. If you have a question, ask a question.
So, Ms. Vaughn, would you be able to confirm that?
Yeah.
Would you be able to confirm that the school lunch program, well, two parts, so that most New Hampshire schools do participate in the federal school lunch program?
Yes.
And so if we believe that school referenced is part of that program, thank you. Would you be able to confirm that the federal standards for the school lunch program are very specific to the nutrition composition of foods, such that for instance, cinnamon roll is probably a much, much healthier food than what all of us are salivating for right now, or many of us, as in less fat, more whole grain, less sugar, etc.
To the best of my limited abilities as a non-nutritionist, I would agree with you that the USDA food standards need to be in line with what is developed for the health of children.
Any further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, just a question. I want to make sure that it's appropriate to do this. It's not for you. I apologize, Your Honor. One of the previous testimonies mentioned a joint Senate House committee that was established that I was a member of. Would it be appropriate, since that committee was mentioned, for me to forward the final report of that committee to our committee researcher so she can distribute it to everybody on the committee, please?
Let's discuss that following this meeting. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that'd be great. Rihanna Kaur?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Good afternoon.
Riona Kaur, New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. I actually have a bachelor's of science. I am a clinic nutritionist as well. For the last 10 to 15 years, I worked in the WIC. May I address the questions to previously that there was no answers to?
You have the floor right
All right.
now, so.
So the cinnamon rolls that you did state, they are 50% or more whole grains. They are either with the food management program, and they're very strict on those vitamins and minerals that are fortified with. They're actually iron rich with the same brand of the City Minis specifically that are bought in Hannaford Shaw's Walmart. You cannot buy these in the store. So even if it is Pillsbury, they are 50% or more with vitamin enriched. There's a little bit of more protein and iron and less sodium as well. And Representative Popovici, you did mention about the funding formula. The funding formula will not be changed for this because they use the federal guidelines. So I do want to state those prior. So thank you. So my name is Riona Kaur. I am New Hampshire Hunger Solutions Deputy Director. I also oversee all the child nutrition work. I work with schools directly across the state of New Hampshire. I did state previously in this committee, 40 schools. I signed on 2 more schools after testifying last week. So I have 42 schools that I work with directly, food service management programs as well. I work with business administrators. My main goal with the schools is to increase the free and reduced applications, increase SNAP enrollment, and try to get the school budgets appropriate within the schools themselves. By doing that, we like to increase the breakfast participation. In September 2024, the U.S. Census stated in New Hampshire, 39% of children lived in households reporting not having enough food. The New Hampshire Food Bank testified on this committee last week that they distributed an increase of 1 million pounds of food, over 17 million pounds, and it was still not enough to meet the New Hampshire's needs. When we think of individuals in New Hampshire receiving food, charitable sites, help programs across the state, I want to just address this one item. Even though the children's stomach is full, it doesn't mean that their cells have the adequate nutrition to succeed. I can tell you that the belly of a child could be full of a Pop-Tart that they're receiving from a charitable food, but their cells are not getting enough adequate nutrition to grow and to learn. The school meals are designed to have the correct nutrition. They're vitamin rich, fortified, they have more protein. The fruits and vegetables served within the schools, they reach half the requirement per day for adequate growth. It's very strict with USDA regulations and state regulations. In 2025, they just changed the sodium level again to reduce that in children and school meals. Since the school meals are adequately healthy, the research states that those who eat the meals at school are more likely to graduate, have better grades. They also have less behavior problems and higher attendance. Nancy Vaughn did mention the Fiscal Policy Institute. I believe we handed that out as well. It stated in 2024, a family of 3 needed to make $97,877 annually to have enough money for living expenses. That's all the expenses. Currently, for free meals right now in New Hampshire, a family of 3 who earns $34,645 annually or less can qualify for free and reduced meals. This bill would reduce administration burden at the schools and lower the amount of school meal debt within the schools. And that school meal debt is accrued because those individuals do not qualify for the free and reduced meals, but cannot afford for their family to have those children eat food at school. Specifically, the Concord School District had an all-time high of over $90,000 of school meal debt. When talking with the business administrator and the food service director over there, currently they're over $53,000 of school meal debt as of today. The school sees this as a need in supporting those families who are making more than $35,000 annually and less than that $97,000 annually for household expenses, the Fiscal Policy Institute stated. There's a lot of people falling through the cracks. And it's not only dual income families, there's single families, and there's an all-time high of kinship families out there, grandparents taking care of their grandchildren in New Hampshire. We did have a reference chart that we handed out for the fiscal note, and I am open to taking any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Yes, Representative Popovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for providing the presentation. I'm sure my question will come as no surprise to you. You stated that there is a certain percentage of people reported as not having enough food. I don't remember. Could you repeat that percentage?
The U.S. Census Pulse data, it's 39%.
39. And my question is, do those people lack enough food, or is the definition of food insecurity that is used to get that information broader, and it includes people that have enough food at this time but may worry about future food availability?
Thank you for your question. So the U.S. Census, it is subjective to the individual who's answering the question. So not having enough food in general. I would state that they had to search elsewhere for other food sources, such as charitable food donations or other sources.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person is Mike Appleby.
Mike Appleberg.
Okay.
With bad handwriting. So my name is Mike Appleberg. I'm president of United Way of Greater Nashua, and I'm here representing our organization in support of HB 665, increasing access to free school meals for families up to 300% of the federal poverty level. For us, this bill represents a crucial step ensuring that no child in New Hampshire goes hungry at school simply because their family earns slightly too much money to qualify for assistance. To put some numbers on it, and a little bit to Representative McGuire's earlier question about hunger, right now, a family of four people must earn less than $39,000 to qualify for free school meals, and no more than $55,000 to receive reduced price meals. HB 665 would raise that limit to $90,000, recognizing that many working families do struggle to afford basic necessities despite not meeting these very low thresholds. In Nashua alone, the effect would be significant. Currently, over 1,500 students receive reduced price meals, meaning their families still have to pay for food out of pocket. Under this bill, these students would move automatically into the reduced price, the free category, ensuring that every child who needs a meal will get a meal without barriers and without stigma. Additionally, other families earning between 185% and 300% who currently receive no meal assistance will finally get the support they need in our community to ensure that their children are well fed at school. We know that hunger affects learning. We all know that. Studies show that well-nourished students perform better academically, attend school more regularly, and have fewer disciplinary issues. The benefits extend far beyond the classroom. Studies show that for every $1 invested in school meal programs, there is a return of up to $7 in economic benefits, including higher graduation rates, better long-term earning potential, and lower healthcare costs. HB 665 is a modest investment with a major return, especially because much of the school funding already comes from federal sources, thus reducing the burden on our state budget. For Nashua families, this bill would eliminate a major financial burden. Many parents work hard already to support their children, but they struggle to afford not just the rising cost of food, but also childcare, housing, and medical care. At United Way, we believe no child should have to learn on an empty stomach. HB 665 for us is common sense and helps to ensure that every child has what they need to learn. I urge you to support and pass HB 665, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and testifying.
Yes,
I have
thank
a
you.
very short question because it's already late in the day.
Of course.
Could you tell me, since you do work with a lot of families and kids that are dealing with, food insecurity issues, are you familiar with situations in which school kids go to, the lunch counter and are denied a meal?
Denied a meal, not per se. Our school district and our food services director is very clear in her mandate to feed our children. That said, many children will not go to get a meal because they don't want the stigma of having to incur debt. There is definitely an issue around that. So they might self-choose not to go get that meal, but being absolutely sort of outright denied, that's not going to be the case. We have a program in Nashua called Meals Matter, which is a student-led initiative that has raised pretty significant funds to help pay for some of the student debt that has come about as a result of people who are in the reduced price category not being able to actually pay off that lunch debt, and they've helped to supplant that. So, yes and no.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, of course.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you. And it was sort of touched on before by the testimony from New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. But can you talk a little bit maybe about the difference between a sun butter sandwich versus a meal under this program and what the nutritional, and I don't know if you're able to speak to that, but the nutritional difference between those two things and the fact that one might be solving the immediate hunger issue, but is certainly not addressing adequate nutrition.
Yeah, I am absolutely not a nutrition expert. I will tell you, I have eaten sun butter, and I do on a regular basis personally, but that's just me personally. I do know anecdotally that there's reasons for that have also to do with allergies and allergens in the classroom, but I can't qualify that. My understanding is that a sun butter sandwich is actually very healthy. It's just not necessarily the thing that's desired. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have some written testimony I'll pass up to you as well.
Oh, there was one. Representative Creason, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, I just want to make clear, you're from Nashua.
Yes.
So when a child, if there is debt owed and he's not able to get a meal, are you saying in Nashua that they will give them a regular meal, or are they supplementing with a peanut butter or a sun butter sandwich?
I think it depends on the school and the grade level. I know that there are different approaches in the elementary schools than there are in the middle and high schools. I just know from speaking directly with our food services director and knowing her pretty well for the past 6 or 7 years, she and her staff have a pretty clear mandate that their job is to feed kids. They worry about lunch debt that accumulates. I know that. The attempt that our Meals Matter program put in place was sort of a voucher type program, so kids could access food when they could choose to do that. That didn't really work because kids felt really uncomfortable asking for a voucher because it would kind of call them out. I do not know of specific instances where they're denied food, though. They will encumber debt, though.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Joanne Burke?
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. Thanks for having this important hearing. My name is Joanne Burke. I live in Newmarket. As a mother, a health professional, and a former nutrition professional at the University of New Hampshire, I come before you with very strong support of Health Bill 665. There has been a question about the data. What does the data show? Well, nationally, we do have data from the Economic Benefits of Child Nutrition Report of 2024 showing that good nutrition in school improve children's health, well-being, and during childhood, and that predicts better outcomes as adults and economic achievement and academic achievement. In the 2021, the Rockefeller Foundation, which has far more money than we do to do these kinds of studies, and the Center for Good Food Purchasing showed that on the average, school meals could cost around $40 billion, but it exceeds far more on the average, school meal programs have economic benefits that far exceed when we look at the healthcare costs associated with inadequate nutrition. So when we think of investing in our children and the child's capital, and during this hearing, people have said, well, what about some of the foods being offered? And it is true, it can be confusing because a very similar brand offered at the school has to meet higher standards. I wish that would be happening at the Hannafords. So though I admit confusion, those particular products are designed for school food service to meet those criteria. And if the main part is to look at this poverty level, because I based it on for a family of 3, and the federal poverty level is by household size. So that doesn't count that you might be a single parent and have childcare costs. So the federal poverty level we know is artificially low. It is not a get by level. It does not mean if you are above the federal poverty level, you can afford to live adequately. So the HHS first box on the handout shows the around 80,000 for a family of 3 to get by in New Hampshire using the federal poverty level. If we go to nationally recognized organizations that are updating regularly, the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology cost of living for the state of New Hampshire has it at almost 20,000 more. So at 300% of poverty, we are not being frivolous. We are helping families who are working being able to have that money that they may have spent on trying to put together a school lunch to pay for housing, groceries, etc. The Economic Policy Institute has similar numbers. I will say I had to average Nashua and Manchester. They don't do the state of New Hampshire. So I did take the 2 largest communities there. So I know that Chairman Ladd worked as a school principal and as a teacher, knows that hungry children and hungry adults have a hard time concentrating and learning. And we are making it easier for the children, for the school staff that are trying to manage school debt, and for the parents and caregivers by providing school lunch and breakfast at the 300% of poverty level. I would like to see, universal meals for all, but 300% surely helps those working families in New Hampshire as a good start. So please vote in favor of 665. I thank you for the work you do on behalf of children, their families, and our communities, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much for coming. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Burton.
I'm not sure you can answer this question, but been wanting to ask it all along. I'm painfully aware of the need for proper food for children with type 1 diabetes. They have to balance insulin, exercise, and food. Is there, in the school, in this program and other programs, are they accounted for somehow?
I really do believe so because we do have registered dietitians and access to that kind of support. So a child the school will be able to work with that child. So surely if they are known, the school meals could easily meet these requirements. But thanks for asking that.
Quick follow-on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then this program would benefit those students who might not get enough of the right foods.
Absolutely. I mean, you bring up a really good point. What we find, and this happens with adults who have diabetes, when food is insecure, they start cutting back on food, but they may be taking their medicine at the same level, and you run the risk of hypoglycemia. So we know nationally that the last 8 days of food assistance from the SNAP program, there's much more of an incident of hypoglycemia out of Kaiser Permanente. So this makes sense and a really good point to be made.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. Do you know the answer to my earlier question about what fraction of children from this set of households are malnourished?
We don't routinely. I mean, right now the state of New Hampshire no longer even takes heights and weights because of a lot of different reasons. But I can assure you that with, when you look at the house of costing of housing, what was 100,000 to buy a house in 1980 is now close to 500,000. So what I'm saying is at this 79,000, it is hard on that federal poverty level for even that group to buy nutritious food, because if you look at the MIT and the EPI data, it's at least 20,000 more. So the risk is, if any of us know what it's like with hungry kids, if you're short on a budget, are you going to buy 2 oranges or a bigger bag of potato chips that goes further? So more nutritious food costs more money. We saw in COVID, when children had adequate meal, those dollars that families had rippled through the economy. These are not people that are sending their dollars to invest overseas. These are people that generate the funds that were mentioned earlier that now get their car fixed, or they go get a dentist appointment, etc. So though we as a state don't invest in, it's hard work to do. You got to follow kids over time, but nationally, we know that kids' health is less robust the lower the income, and the data here surely shows this level is representative of families struggling to get by, because it's not even what we acknowledge is probably the real cost of thriving.
May I follow?
Yes.
Thank you. So you just said that when income level is lower, kids' health is nutrition is worse, right?
Typically,
Nationally, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but specifically, this food program exists all over the nation, right? So
the school lunch does, but there's a big gap between school lunch, who qualifies for that. There are many children, and it's the working poor that get really in between, that we don't have data. We can look at kids on school lunch and participation, and they're doing better than the kid whose parents make $200 more than the current federal cutoffs. So I would posit that it is the working class person and family and household who makes too much to participate. We have data. Food Research Action Center, I'm sure Hunger Solutions can provide you, that school meals make a critical difference. Where we don't have as good a data is that monkey in the middle, the kid who says, I'm not going to be embarrassed, I'm not going to get in line. They're going to give me a different looking lunch, and sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. But it doesn't take long for a child, particularly you see the numbers go off as they get older, to avoid shaming.
One more. So specifically what I'm getting at is the programs start at 0 and go to some level, right? This 185% of poverty, and presumably that's similar in other states. And so the argument is that those in the program do better than those not, right? So the ones from 185 to 300. So there should be data that's broad, right, for the whole country even, that children in this lower level are better, have better nutrition than those just above it.
They have better nutrition for what they're eating at school. Not all of those families will be SNAP eligible. The reality is in America, we have hunger rates that look like a third world country. The school offers an easy way to address bigger questions, right? Like, why are women in our state making 77 cents on the dollar compared to men in comparable jobs? But we can't figure that out right now in this hearing. But what we can do in institutions that currently exist, such as schools, help to manage that gap and help to address as a community where that is where families are congregating. It is a simple, cost-effective way. And the meals that we provide through school lunch and breakfast are far different than what your local pantry can give that may or may not have a refrigerator, that may have limited hours for families. So you're right, it would be great if we had data about every demographic. We don't, but we do know of the group we study, and this has actually been a debate in my nutrition field. This comes up, to be quite honest. I brought it up at a national meeting 16 months ago, that we don't have good data on this very group that you're asking about. But it makes, if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, probably a duck, makes common sense that these families are resource constrained, even at 300%. And the one place that people feel they can try to manage, they're not going to get bounced out of their house if they don't feed their kids well enough. They will get bounced off if they don't come up with the rent, and they need to put gas in their car to go to work. So food is sort of that luxury item, and meanwhile the kids suffer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think you said a couple of times now that the food that the kids are getting in school is nutrition packed. So my question on that is, when I look at a menu item that says Cheesy Bites, marinara, and Scooby-Doo graham crackers,
right?
Are you telling me that they're buying this at a specific food source? Are all of our schools in New Hampshire buying this from a specific food source that
whatever food source? I'm not a school food service director, but if the school is purchasing it through the federal food nutrition program, that item has to meet criteria. Would I like to see the meals even more nutritious? Yes, but the vendor has to meet sodium and fat requirements. There's a whole list for school food service directors of what they can purchase. So it could be a vendor. So that you have to meet the criteria. So it's not just
so. Are they meeting criteria on protein and carbs also, in addition to sodium?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate this and all the work you do.
You're more than welcome. Deborah House.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Ladd, members of the House Education Funding Committee. Deborah House, President of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I will try not to repeat some of the statistics you've already heard, but I am here on behalf of my members and the students we work with to support HB 655. We should be feeding as many of our students in school who have need of that kind of support, because hungry kids don't learn well. Almost 40% of our Granite State children live in families that experience some kind of food insecurity, at least from time to time. That may mean that at the end of a pay period or at the end of a month, the family is running out of food and there's not a lot left in the cupboard. So they may be coming to school hungry. They may not have much in their lunchbox. So they are trying to do the hard work of learning and getting along with their peers, behaving at school on a nearly empty stomach. That may be going on for several days in a row. My members often dig into their own pockets to stock their classrooms with snacks, approved by whatever the district policy on snacks is, because they know that kids need something in their bellies to, help them get through the long hours of long division. And I remember the debates on this last year and hearing from some legislators that they were surprised there were hungry kids in schools. They didn't believe that it could happen, because we do have to have access to a hot meal for every student every day. But having access doesn't mean that the student's family can afford to pay for it. And that's where a lot of the problem comes in. Families do not want lunch debt. They do not want the school district coming after them for lunch debt. And students don't want to be taking a different meal if that's what the school district's policy is. So that's where a lot of the mismatch comes in. I know personally of students who have been told by their families, you do not get hot lunch. You do not get on that hot lunch line. We can't afford it. don't go in line. So they will send them with whatever they can put in the lunchbox. If it's just a package of peanut butter crackers or, a couple of saltines, and that's your lunch. If that's what's in the cupboard, that's what they might come to school with for lunch that day. So they are making that decision that they don't want to incur any more debt because they can't afford it. We have got families who are doing the best they can to keep the family, in the rented apartment, meeting all their other expenses. So expanding the eligibility from the current 185% to 300% of poverty would give that many more of our Granite State families the breathing room they need to support their kids. And when kids come to school and stay in school with proper nutrition every day, they learn better. According to Feed the Children in North Carolina, they did a study of kids who were food insecure, and they found at the end of the month when SNAP benefits run out, their test scores of those children plummeted. So this intermittent food insecurity has an effect on learning. It's not just long-term malnutrition. Overall, kids who are food insecure have lower math and test score. This is not just the same North Carolina study. They have higher rates of absenteeism and tardiness at school, and they are less likely to graduate from high school. So HB 665 would take a big step to helping more Granite State families, help the kids do better in school, and help our school districts have less uncollected debt that they have to deal with, that taxpayers have to foot. For all those reasons, we support passing HB 655, and that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying. Nice seeing you again in different committee rooms.
Yes.
I just wanted to quickly ask you, you described a scenario in which a parent doesn't give the kid lunch and tells them not to get school lunches. Would that, in your personal opinion, be a form of child neglect?
If it happened again and again and again, yeah. If it happens one day or 2 days, where do you draw that line? I mean, if they forget to send them in, is that neglect or is that a hurried morning?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
These are,
I know it's.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I know it must change from one school to another, but do you have any sense of how many kids fit into this category where their parents are giving them not a sufficient meal or telling them that they can't get in the lunch line? Is any anecdotal anything?
Yeah, I have not done this survey. I'm drawing on, I do have anecdotal evidence from my own experience, from people I've worked with. It's going to be higher in some schools where you have a greater percentage of students or families that are living in poverty or near that poverty level. But I really do not have the numbers to go along with this. Some of the people who were presenting demographics earlier might have a better sense of how many families we have because they've looked more at the census data. But yeah, I just know from having had students whose families were struggling, and sometimes they'd be struggling for a couple days, and then the check would come in and it would be fine, or mom would get extra hours that week, or that's how families put it together sometimes.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Invite David Trumbull.
Mr. Chairman, my name is David Trumbull. For the record, from where I support this bill for a few reasons. Last week, or maybe the week before, you had several food bills, and there was a lot of testimony about the value of well-fed children. Just to add it, be in the record again, that they're twice as likely to not repeat, twice as likely to not end up in special ed, reduce absenteeism, twice as likely to be suspended if not adequately fed, and 4 times increase in mental health counseling and increased reading scores in math and reading. I was struck in the discussion by the concern, levels of concern. First is the question about the 185 versus 300%, and why are we going up to that extra amount? And so I just wanted to make a comparison between the EFA program and the reduced meals program. The EFA program is set at 350%. If you qualify once for an EFA, you qualify for life. Your family is in that program forever. Even if you have multiple children and you qualify when the oldest one is in, you can stay in until the youngest one graduates high school. This bill doesn't do anything like that. It's going to be an annual report based on 300%, which is in line with how all other income-based programs are based. So I think this is clearly very fair. There should be no concerns about what about that extra between 185 and 300 when we're going to 350 for the EFA program. The second is the level of concern about the quality of the meals, and it's been documented by several people that there are federal guidelines that have to be met, and that it could be made better. There's nothing that prevents New Hampshire from encouraging local schools to increase the quality of the meals at their schools. We could certainly do that. You already have the bill to have the local farms to food program, and many of the local schools are having greenhouses and things where their kids are growing some of their own meals. They have a routinely a vegetable and a fruit where they hand it to each child and they try it, because it takes 5 or 10 times before a child will actually eat something. So they might not understand what that vegetable or fruit is today, but over the course of attempts they get to use it. So there's a lot of regulation on the quality of the content in this bill. Just comparing it again to EFAs, you all know your Educational Oversight Committee can't get any information on it, and yet we continue to fund it to tens and tens of millions of dollars. So if we're willing to go to 350 for EFAs, where we see no need to have any oversight or control on the content, why all of a sudden are we upset about going to 300% for feeding children, and we already have strict regulations on the guidelines? The last comparison point is this, is that every child would be eligible to receive these meals, special ed children or not. We all know that under the EFA, special ed children are not equally eligible because they have to give away their rights. Many of the EFA schools won't accept them. You remember the testimony about that at the universal voucher hearing. So I'm just saying, we spend about the same amount of money for EFAs as you're being asked to spend on this bill, but we're concerned about the percentage income. We're concerned about the content. We're not even concerned about the access under the EFA. Over here, it meets all of these tests much better than that program does. So when you're thinking about this, I hope that people who are saying, I don't know if we think we can spend it, will remember how they're not concerned about those things when it's an EFA issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. That's not. Yeah, you.
2 seconds.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start. This is the last bill for today. It's HB 491, establishing a committee to study alternative funding methods for public education and how to reduce its reliance on local real estate property taxes. I'd like to welcome Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to sit in front of my committee. Batting cleanup here, I expect this to be a very brief hearing. I don't think that there's really a lot of questions necessary to understand what the bill does, and I think that the discussion about whether it's necessary or helpful probably should be deferred until we get closer to March 20th. This is a late bill. So the purpose of the bill is to create a joint committee with members of the House and the Senate, not a commission, no outside interests, just members of the legislature, balancing the two chambers as well as offering a cross-section of perspectives from the Ways and Means, Education, Funding, and Finance Committees. Now, when I put this LSR in, the decision had not been made yet, and I hadn't heard of it, to divide the Education Committee. And so the advent of the Education Funding Committee does go a fair bit of the way towards focusing on funding. But when we talk about funding, and I think this has been the case with virtually all of the bills we've heard so far, we're talking about how does the state fund the cost of education and assist districts and make allowances for various classifications of students and so on. And what I'm getting here here, of course, is the sources of the funds. We tend to deal with these issues ad hoc, and we may have an opportunity to deal with these issues to some extent here in ed funding, but most of our funding bills are early bills. And we then rely on our finance brethren to cook this all up in the budget. This is really intended to be a vehicle for some more integrated long-term thinking about what our options are. So the charge, of course, comes in lines 11 to 13 under duties. Funny how OLS took my statement and garbled a bit and turned it around backwards. So I'm going to read it the way I would. To assess the manner in which the state now funds public general education with a specific focus on the impacts of overburdening the local real property tax, and make recommendations for rebalancing and changing available revenue sources. Now, in the minds of some, that could mean an income tax, could mean the general sales tax. It could also mean a lot of other things. And the question is, can we get all the options on the table, model them, cost them, and say, okay, given the decisions that were made in ed funding and in finance and the budget through June, what further thinking could this group provide moving towards November that would lay the foundation for bills that could be introduced in the second year of the session that might rebalance those sources? So if we have a very, very complicated array of sources. There's a certain percentage that is paid into the Education Trust Fund from the business profits tax, the business enterprise tax. There's even a little tiny bit from the Meals and Rooms tax. Meals and Rooms, of course, is heavily going to municipal, but there's a lot of money there. We rely heavily on the lottery commission's earnings and so on. If we know what we've decided to fund, then what's the best array? What's the best balance to get those funds from? I'm not yet convinced that this bill is necessary. I'll let you know as we get closer to March 20th. I think that there's probably some justifiable fears that a committee like this could go off in an unfortunate direction, and I suppose that might be part of the discussion as well. And I'm perfectly open to any changes that might tighten up and focus the charge of the committee. But I think that we often find ourselves when we sit on our legislative committees reacting to specific bills and proposals, and these more comprehensive assessments don't generally get done in that environment. So that's why I've brought the bill forward. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So the way this reads, it would be sort of okay with this purpose if you were to say fund the Department of Health and Human Services with property tax and put non-property tax into education. But I'm assuming that that's probably not your intention. Is that correct?
What a great question. It is not my intention to just simply substitute. No, I don't think it's any coincidence, and I don't think it's been lost on anybody that Charlestown and Newport have been offered by so many people testifying in front of us the last couple of weeks as examples of what's really wrong with the way we raise funds for education. So we all know the score. Generally speaking, we're asking real property to do an awful lot. To fund municipal government almost entirely, to fund county government, and to fund education. And, you know, when we have vehicles like the SWEP tax, to be very honest, masquerading as a state a tax, but riding on the property, we get very anomalous results. And so I cannot help myself but to point out again that in Charlestown, where you have a real property mill rate of 36.51 or whatever exactly it is, it just kills the town. There's no opportunity for growth. There's no opportunity to dig the town, pull itself up by the bootstraps into economic prosperity. So there are ways we can deal with that. There's actually a multitude of potential vehicles. I've been a strong advocate for reinstating fiscal capacity disparity aid because I think it's one way to deal with if the conclusion is we don't want an income tax or a sales tax, we want to rely on the real property tax, then I think it becomes important for the state to figure out how to not kill certain parts of the state because it works well for other parts of the state. So, no, it is very, very much my intention to have a discussion that finds alternative sources to the real property tax and reduces the burden.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Ames?
Yeah, it's on. Thank you. I share your feeling that we would gain from having an entity like this charged specifically with trying to break through the impasse that we've been struggling with for so long and not been able to find our way through. And so I welcome that. I think that I know, and we all know, that on the table right now, we've got a slew of proposals that we're going to be looking at in the next few weeks. And maybe we'll make headway, and maybe we won't. I think if we make headway, then we can set this aside, and that's what you said. I think if more likely we're still struggling with this, this could be helpful. I'd want to be reassured that it would be sort of above the fray, a group of people who really would look at this and not be consumed by partisanship. I think that the appointing authority needs to be specified in here. I didn't see any language here about who appoints. The as you pointed out, this was written and filed perhaps contemporaneously with the decision to split the Education Committee, or just after or just before. In any event, it refers to the Education Committee, and that has to be addressed. And maybe the numbers need to be changed a bit, because the Ways and Means Committee has a different role, and Education Funding Committee has a greater role than before, at least than Education Committee had before. So we got to figure those things out. One member from the Finance Committee gets us into this partisan issue, unless there's some person who really everybody agrees is fantastic and can deal with the substance of the issue credibly. We need all the help we can get, and if we can have a leading entity that digs into this incredibly complicated problem that is plaguing us in our school districts and our local municipalities, because it's not working well right now. So the property tax is carrying too much of a burden. So people are sort of kicking out from that problem, and that's not always healthy. So let's hang on to this and do what we feel we have to do in a few weeks.
Well, I share your sentiments, and I'm receptive to all the ideas. Appointing authority, the representational balance, all those things to me are open questions.
I have a question. Just mulling over what I think I hear coming here. We're going to be looking at all the different bills that we have and looking at fiscal capacity versus this, and this. But is there something else that's lacking in this equation? Is the fact we're not looking at the organization or structure or governance of our education in this state to know then what the end result is and how we're going to get there, rather than looking at here's where it comes from, but how's it going to be used, and how are we going to ensure that we're using it in the most cost-efficient way. So structure, organization, and how we governance, I think, are also part of that equation. If you're going to really come out with an outcome, that's going to be a lasting outcome.
They're all part of the same cosmos, and separating them is difficult. But on the other hand, if we pose the question in a way that's too diffuse, then we don't end up focusing and getting a change in terms of the impact on those communities that struggle with exceptionally high real property tax. So while I agree with you, I can't imagine how we conquer the spending side of the equation as a precondition to dealing with what our fair sources are. The deliberative session in my Charlestown's district, which is Fall Mountain, occurred on Wednesday night. We finally, after several years of discussion, authorized a budget committee in 2022. The budget committee is just, they were picking up stride in the first year, and this is their third. They came in with a budget that was lower than the default rate, a mere $179,000 lower than what the school board wanted. And lo and behold, at the deliberative, former school board member, former business administrator for the district, got up and made a motion to raise the budget to the school board's level, thoroughly undermining the efforts of the budget committee. I mean, these dynamics are in many ways so beyond our control. But I think that the state has traditionally made a qualitative judgment that local spending and local funding should be tied together. And I think that's historically why it's become the practice to rely on real estate. But the real estate tax, at least in communities like the ones I represent, has just been given too heavy a lift. And I think that one of the things that plagues the entire discussion of education funding in the state of New Hampshire is that when people say we aren't adequately funding education or we aren't providing enough funds for an adequate education, they're not saying we're not spending enough. They're saying we don't like where it's coming from. We don't like the pain it inflicts in terms of our property tax. Okay, so where my district has $23,800 average all-in cost per student, that's baking in everything, special ed, transportation, and so on. I haven't heard anybody in my district say that $23,800 is insufficient to fund the education. So this adequate education thing is really code for saying, you know, it's too much coming from the property tax. And likewise, when people say the state isn't assisting, they're saying the state isn't taking it off the property tax. And unfortunately, SWEPT doesn't take it off the property tax, it adds it back on. So these are complex discussions. That's why I'm thinking a committee like this could be helpful.
Further questions? Pardon me? Oh, I saw one here and one, then Representative Fellows after Popovich.
Thank you. So it was my turn, right? Because I jumped the gun already once. I don't want to.
No, I saw Representative McGuire with his hand like this. I thought he had his hand up.
I
He was
just
pointing to you.
yeah.
Okay, well,
All right, thank you. I'm just trying not to be that guy too many times. Thank you. Your committee is supposed to only look at revenue. Am I understanding this as you thinking that the right way to fix our school funding issues is to start by budgeting revenue based on the way we are spending?
I'm going to try and interpret your question because I'm not totally certain I got it, but it's ordinarily the case in the legislature that we ask the Ways and Means Committee to do revenue estimates. They basically bring a resolution to the floor. We basically adopt a resolution that says, here's what we believe we can work with. And then the Finance Committee goes to work trying to allocate the spending within that. You know, that's fine, but the purpose of the committee is to think more long-term conceptually about what changes to the revenue, either new sources of revenue or changes of allocation. So this is, I think, perhaps more an example of saying, what is it that we think that the state should provide and get that nailed down and get the budget established and then say, now given that, where's the most appropriate place to go find it? And I just make a comment. I think one of the deepest takeaways for me out of 2 terms on the Ways and Means Committee is you can tax almost anything to a degree, but when you tax it more and more, you start to really affect behavior. And if you think about the criticism of income taxes, that's largely what they often center on. Does it create all kinds of incentives that would be entirely different in a completely free market situation? But that's true of every tax. That's why sin taxes are so popular, right? So at least some of the support for taxing gaming and tobacco and even marijuana, if it was legalized, is that notion that when you tax something, you discourage it. Well, we tax real estate more than we tax anything else. And when we do that, when we take that beyond a reasonable point, maybe even to a breaking point, we affect behavior in enormous ways that are not well understood across the state. I don't see a lot of analysis coming out of Fiscal Policy Institute about it. I don't see it really coming out of the legislature. And I think one of the reasons you don't see that analysis is because the impact is so vastly different from one community to another that it's very difficult to generalize across the state. But the communities that are okay with the property tax have to start to consider the really damaging effect to the communities that are in a different situation.
Representative Fellows.
I think this is a great idea. And I'm wondering, to make it a question, if you were aware that the last time anything like this happened that I'm aware of was about 26 years ago. And it was a commission that the governor at the time put together. This was back when we got the Claremont ruling, just before 2000. And I've read that report, and one of the things that struck me was that the models that they talked about and the different characteristics of the different revenue sources is vastly different today for some of them than it was 20 years ago. I think probably we will see that the property tax will be vastly different just because of the whole change since the internet. So I'm just wondering if you're thinking that that might kind of be a model for what you are thinking of?
Well, I'm not aware of that study, and I appreciate your institutional knowledge. I just know that in the horizon that I've been focusing on it, I haven't seen this discussion.
Further questions? Representative Burton?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the only one in this room that witnessed the solution 40 years ago. And we devised a plan for what we should pay, but we didn't have the number we needed. And so when Governor Sununu said, I'm not going to put up 8% of the school costs, it all fell apart. The Supreme Court had agreed with the formula we had devised. It's a bipartisan effort. I talked to the woman I co-chaired the committee with the other day. This bill does not get at what it should cost for an education. It just gets at what, my question is, Mr. Chairman, this bill does not get at the cost of education. It only gets at the way we could spread the costs. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think we've been blessed with a proliferation of bills that give us an opportunity already to focus on the spending side. This gets at the sourcing side.
Well, my further question, would you believe, I think you're putting the cart after the horse. We need to decide on what we're going to spend on education, then figure out how to pay for it. And if you repeat history like we did, it'll fail.
I think you've said the same thing that I did.
Not you did. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. I think that the committee in coming weeks will be deciding what the spending side looks like, and I think this gets to the sourcing side.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Colcom?
When you're talking spending side, are you talking about our spending side as to how we're funding it, or the school's spending side as to what they think they should be spending for an adequate education?
Good question. Glad to clarify. No, I mean, what I'm really speaking about is the decisions that this committee and the legislature is being asked to make to expend state funds to assist those districts. I'm not talking about the budget process within the districts.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
Yes.
I like the idea of the study committee. Would you consider putting in here also the ability, if we're going to be looking at our funding and how we're going to fund the schools, and we're going to define, I'm assuming, through this, sorry, what the adequate education categories will be, right? Would you consider putting in the ability for us to also control some of those expenses, so that way, when we're looking at a statewide, what is an adequate education cost on average, we have something that's pretty even throughout the state, and then any of the extraordinary things that the school districts want to buy or want to do, or things that they believe will help in the education, that can be voted on locally, and then those people are responsible for those. Because I feel strongly that we're kind of letting people just have a blank check and then expecting us to fund it, and it's up to the voters. And a lot of voters in my area think that throwing more money at the school is going to give us better results. And I'm just of the mindset saying, if we're going to do this, maybe we should be looking at controlling some of those costs so that we can buy better?
The answer is yes, to a degree. I think that whenever you are talking about sources and you say, okay, we're going to tax this or we're going to allocate a portion of that tax to the Education Trust Fund, it's certainly fair game to determine whether there are conditions and limitations that would be coupled with that to make it palatable. And I mean palatable just in a judgmental context, but also as a political matter. So I yes, to a degree, I think that's fair game.
Very much.